must go. Give us our freedom. Give us our freedom. Oh, it's right of the people that cheated for their freedom. When you're not with them any good, give us our freedom. And you say we are asking for too much. The freedom of our people, the life of innocent souls. The over 3 million people you kill because of genocide you're committing every day in our land. Hello, he said we must go home. We love our mother's land, Biafra, oh oh. The land of rising sun, the blessed land of our Biafra. We are going home.
Whether the enemy's blessings or not, we are going home.
By the name of Chukwu,
we are free.
Whether the enemy likes it or not, freedom,
we are going.
Freedom in the name of Chukwu.
By the name of Chukwu, we are free.
No enemy can stop what Chukwu Kike has
enemy's blessings or not, we are going.
We believe in the name of Chukwu.
By the name of
Chukwu Kashiyanile. No one can battle with Chukwu Kikabiama. The God of Biafra is powerful. His name is Elohim. We have nothing in common with you. Our culture is different from your own. Know it now. Our dressing is so different. We are different people. Let my people go. Go, go, go. We are the children of Biafra. We are unstoppable. We are the children of Biafra. We are untiable. Can't you see the handwriting of God in the wall? Can't you hear the sound of the marching of our foot? We are going home by the name of Chukwu Kikabiama.
Whether the enemy's blessings or not, we are going home.
By the name of Chukwu,
we are free.
Whether the enemy likes it or not, freedom,
we are going.
Freedom in the name of Chukwu.
By the name of we are free.
We are free in the name of Chukwu. If you believe, say this with me.
By the name of
Chukwu Kashiyanile. When we have no bomb, you call us terrorists. When we have no gun, you are shooting us. When we move around the streets with our flag, you call us terrorists. Tell me now, let me know. Innocent protesters moving around the streets, you call them terrorists. What about us raping our mothers, killing our brothers, raping our sisters, killing our fathers, killing innocent souls? What will you call those people? I ask you, Mr. Rice. Your people are walking free in the street with their rights, killing our fathers and mothers, taking their lives away from them, claiming the ownership of another man's land. It's not right. What do you do? You did nothing. We are fighting for our rights. We are fighting for our freedom. It's our right to protect our mother's land. Fellow Biafrans, lift your hands up. We are going home. We are going home. Land of Biafra. culture is different from your own. Know it now. Our dressing is so different. We are different people. Let my people go. Go, go, go. We are the children of Biafra. We are unstoppable. We are the children of Biafra. We are untiable. Can't you see the handwriting of God in the wall? Can't you hear the sound of the marching of our foot? We are going home by the name of Chukwuki Kabiama.
Whether the enemies like it or not, we are going home
by the name of Chukwuki
Kabiama.
Oh,
We are free.
whether the enemy likes it or not.
Whether the enemies like it or not,
Freedom,
we are going
freedom in the name of
by the
Chukwuki.
name of Chukwuki Kabiama. We are free.
We are free in the name of Chukwuki.
Enemies like it or not, we are going
If you believe, say this with me.
by the name of Chukwuki
Chukwuka Siyanile. When we have no bomb, you call us terrorists. When we have no gun, you are shooting us. When we move around the streets with our flag, you call us terrorists. Tell me now, let me know. Innocent protesters moving around the streets, you call them terrorists. What about us raping our mothers, killing our brothers, raping our sisters, killing our fathers, killing innocent souls? What will you call those people? I ask you, Mr. Rice. Your people are walking free in the street with their guns, killing our fathers and mothers, taking their lands away from them, claiming the ownership of another man's land. Mr. Right, what do you do? You did nothing. We are fighting for our rights. We are fighting for our freedom. It's our right to protect our mother's land. Fellow Biafrans, lift your hands up. Biafra, we are going up. We are going up. Land of Biafra, we are the rising of the sun. We are moving. We are unstoppable. Oh, 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 oh. Biafra. Long live Biafrans. Long live Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Long live IPOB. Long live Simon Ego. My name is Osita Molobu. God bless our people. God will grant us our request. Very soon, we shall be free. By the name of Chukwuki Kabiama.
Whether the enemies like it or not, we are going home
By the name of
by the
Chukwuki.
name of Chukwuki Kabiama.
Oh,
We are free.
whether the enemy likes it or not.
Whether the enemies like it or not,
Freedom,
we are going
freedom in the name of
by the
Chukwuki.
name of Chukwuki Kabiama. We are free.
No enemy can stop what Chukwuki
Whether the
Kabiama.
enemies like it or not, we are going
We believe in the name of
by the
Chukwuki.
name of Chukwuki
Chukwuka Siyanile.
Biafra.
Biafra.
Clear conscience, unlike Facebook, who are trying to do their damn best to frustrate our efforts this very evening, morning, afternoon, or night, depending on where you are, not minding their shenanigans, not minding what they are up to. We are live and we are direct on IPOB Community Radio. We are on satellite. We are on FM in Biafra land and across a whole host of apps. I have been trying relentlessly to get our Facebook to work. It hasn't been working. They are trying to frustrate our efforts, and I feel sorry for them and those they serve, the damnable zoological republic. But we are live and we are direct, and the entirety of humanity is bearing us witness. They don't want me to broadcast live on Facebook anymore. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. This is atrocious. I feel so. It's a laughing matter because I honestly and genuinely feel sorry for Facebook. I do feel sorry for Facebook. I feel sorry for them. Honestly speaking, I do feel sorry for them. They do not want us to broadcast, but we are doing so. We are live and we are direct. I say good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to some of you. You may not be able to follow us on Facebook this very day because Facebook is panicking. They have collected money from the zoo. They cannot stop us. None of their efforts, none of their janjaweed behavior can stop what we are doing. They have become so frustrated that they have now decided to terminate our broadcast altogether on Facebook. It's incredible. I have been trying to get us going, but they have refused to allow us to broadcast. I therefore suggest that our people should please endeavor to go to IPOB Community Radio. It is very clean, very crisp, and very clear. We are on Radio Biafra app. We also happen to be on a whole host of platforms. I do suggest that we go there, please. Very, very critical, very, very important to go there to participate in what we are doing this very evening. We are live and we are direct once again, and I welcome each and every one of you. Get your pen and paper ready. Nothing is going to diminish our effort. Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing is going to stop us. We are determined. We are resolute. There is nothing the enemies can do to stop this very effort. Not now, not tomorrow, not ever. We are live and we are direct, and the whole world once again is bearing us witness. My name is Nnamdi Kanu. I am the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra all over this very planet, IPOB. I am the director of Radio Biafra and Biafra Television, and by the very special grace of the Most High, Elohim Chukwukika Biam. Very evening, to the glory of God in heaven, and of course to the admiration of the sons of men on this very earth. We must proceed, but this very evening we are going to pray a very special prayer. We are going to pray a very special prayer. We are trying to re-establish connection on Facebook to try and see if they will allow us to broadcast on Facebook. All other platform of ours is functioning very well. All other platform is functioning. Every other place where people traditionally receive Radio Biafra, it should be on this very precise moment. Our Facebook is heavily interrupted, but we are live and we are direct and we are doing all we can to reconnect on that very platform. We are going to pray this very special prayer. We are going to pray it, and this very evening it is not going to be an exception. It cannot be an exception. This very gospel must be preached. We must preach it, please. And I will recommend that nobody call us until we finish our prayers. We do not want anybody to call us until we finish our prayers this very evening, and our lines, of course, are not interactive. So I do strongly suggest and recommend that nobody call us this very evening, please. It is very, very critical and very, very important, please. I beg each and every one of you, because this evening We are going to do that for which we have been ordained, for that which we have been created. The only reason why we exist is to preach this very gospel and to restore Biafra, and that is what we are doing. And this evening we are going to pray to the Most High. I will pray from the very verse I quoted on the post I made regarding Aisha Buhari's boyfriend, the one that is wearing a mask, deceiving the gullible, the deaf, and the blind, and the stupid. I want to pray this very chapter in Jeremiah for the world to understand that although this very prophet was referring to the children of Israel many millennia ago, it is still very pertinent on this very day. Very, very pertinent. Jeremiah 5. Anybody who is close to the scriptures should go to it, please. Very, very important, because here we unashamedly worship the only one and true living God, the Almighty Creator of the heavens and the earth. Other people call it different names, but for us is the Almighty, the beginning and the very end, the author and the finisher of our existence. And this evening we pray. Oh, Heavenly Father in heaven, we congregate before thee in nearly 180 countries around the world and territories. Your children have come to listen to the gospel that only you ordained must be preached at this very time and in this very age. This gospel which you have mandated us to preach, we have done so relentlessly, remorselessly, unflinching. We have not for one single day considered ever stepping back from this very divine mission. Although your prophet Jeremiah in the days of old did speak about Israel and Jerusalem, today those words still ring very true. Therefore we ask this very evening, as the prophet Jeremiah did ask, who can find us a man, if there is anyone who is honest, who is just, who can sincerely execute any judgment, who seeks the truth? And Elohim said, and I will pardon this very city. I will not destroy Jerusalem. Though they say, as the Lord lives, surely they swear falsely. They go to their churches every blessed day. Some of them even go to their mosques. They come out as liars, as deceivers, as cheats. Oh, Heavenly Father, you will not allow your chosen children of IPOB to become such. Oh, Heavenly Father, does it mean that your eyes are not on the truth? Does it mean you do not see what is happening in the damnable zoological republic? Does it mean you have created us as fools, people who can no longer reason? Because idiocy and stupidity have consumed all of them. They have refused to receive correction. Year after year, decade after decade, the same nonsense, the same mediocrity, the same corruption, the same misrule, the same poverty, the same deprivation, the same suppression, the same pain and suffering for everybody. These janjaweed, they have made their faces to be harder than a rock. They have refused to concede to reason. Therefore, as Jeremiah said, I say this evening, surely these are poor, they are foolish, for they do not know the way of the Most High Elohim, the judgment of the Most High God. For I will go to the great men and I will speak to them as I speak this very evening. For they have known the way of the Most High and the judgment of Elohim. The bees have altogether broken the yoke. A wolf of the desert shall destroy all of them. A leopard will watch over their cities. Everyone who goes out from there shall be torn to pieces, because their transgressions are many. Their backslidings have increased. And so says the Lord of hosts, so has it been declared upon the same house of the iniquitous. Hear this now, O ye foolish people without understanding, who have eyes but do not see. You have ears but you do not hear. You do not fear me, so says the Lord of hosts. Will you not tremble at my presence, who have placed the sand as the bound of the sea, only the Elohim? That is why we give thee praise. That is why we give thee adoration. That is why, O Heavenly Father, we call upon your name, that your mercy may abound in the lives of those that believe in your redeeming grace, that Biafra may come in our time and our enemies put to shame, that your words may come to fulfillment, that very last miracle may for once convince the world that indeed Biafra is the land that you have blessed immensely. We pray not that any glory may belong to any man, but that every adoration and honor may be yours, and that your holy name glorified in this generation, in the next, and every other generation that will come, now and forevermore, we pray. He said, we are moving very, very speedily this evening to let the world understand what is happening, not just in Biafra land or in the wider damnable zoological republic, to understand that the enemies are wasting their time. And of course, to let those who have been bribed by the Janjaweed, Facebook and all, that they are fighting a losing battle. It took us a while to come on air this evening, or should I say to connect Facebook this very evening. But eventually we managed to succeed, and we are going to preach this very gospel. I have told the idiots, the Facebook idiots who are in the zoo, and some of them who may be in California, all the satanists and agents of neocolonialism, that even if there is only one person listening on this very platform, then this gospel must and will be preached. We have it on good authority that Ojus Okalo went to Mina, and a plan was perfected and concluded to convert all the traditional rulers in Biafra land to sign up to Fulani Janjaweedism and Islamization. And Ojus Okalo single-handedly volunteered himself to lead that very charge, to try to diminish Biafra and to do all he can within his powers to make sure that Biafra will not come in our time. This decision was reached in Mina, at the home of Babangida. Also in attendance was Abdul Salami Abubakar. I am sure that some of you may have read about this very meeting extensively, but there were some things that transpired in that very meeting which was not made public. And this evening we are making it public in the finest traditions of this very platform, of this very Radio Biafra, because we are under a divine oath to speak the truth always, regardless of the consequences, regardless of who gets upset, regardless of what the enemies might do or say. Here the truth must be preached and spoken, and this night will not be an exception. A lot of people do not know who we are. I'm sure that they will be shocked as to how we managed to discover the details of this very meeting that they had in Mina, to try to stop IPOB, to try to blunt our charge and our march towards our freedom, which they now recognize is relentless. They have decided that the best way to go is through the so-called traditional rulers and also some, should I say, PG, President Generals of some communities in our land. They will give them money and they will sign a document for them. That document will read that they are signing up to defend one Nigeria along with their communities. This is what is happening now. That is also the reason why the two corrupt individuals that I mentioned in Owaza, Okwa West local government area of Abia State, where they were harboring terrorists in our forests. The army visited them a few days ago. The Zoo army, the Fulani army, went to go and see them, to encourage them and to tell them that they will do all they can to defend their so-called communities, and also their youths that they have now recruited to go and defend the Fulanis or the remnants of them, in harboring themselves, or should I say hiding in the bushes of those communities. This is to let Ojos Okalo know that we understand all that transpired at Babangida's residence in Mina, and the efforts to corrupt our traditional rulers, to bring shame and dishonor to our people, that you know very, very well we are going to resist. We are going to resist. It wasn't my intention to touch upon this very subject this evening, but I have chosen to do so in order not only to put the record straight, but to put this very matter to bed. I understand, I don't know what may be the motivation that the chief whip of the Senate, Dr. Ojos Okalo, has said that if given the chance to speak with me as the leader of IPOB all over the world, indigenous people of Biafra, that the idea of Biafra will be dropped. This is not only an insult to myself, it is an insult to the memory of my parents, and also an insult to the over 5 million people that have died in the quest to restore Biafra. And this insult will not be taken lightly. We have not asked, nor have we sent anybody to go and discuss nor negotiate on our behalf. We are not interested in negotiating with anybody. The only negotiation I will allow myself to be privy to or attend will be the negotiations to determine the boundaries of Biafra, and of course to sign the instruments of statehood. Apart from that, I have not sent anybody. I will not be sending anybody. We remain determined and resolute in our pursuit of what is right before God in heaven and man on this very earth, which is the restoration of Biafra. Some people think we are joking. Of course, they've been thinking that since 2012. How mistaken they are. They have sent their saboteurs. They have tried to infiltrate us. Some of them have actually made it to, should I say, reasonable positions within IPOB. But the same God Almighty in heaven that guard this very movement from time to time reveal the true intentions of these charlatans. And as we identify them, we weed them away. They only have one fallback, which is a couple of fake Facebook accounts, which Facebook themselves are promoting, but they cannot succeed. They have not succeeded before. Now is not the time for them to start. Therefore, we are making it very clear. And allow me to reiterate this very evening that I have not mandated anybody to speak on my behalf, and I will not be seeing nor speaking to Ojos Okalo. Not now, not tomorrow, not ever. I want to make that abundantly clear, that the world may understand where we stand on these very issues. Anybody coming to me from the zoo, as soon as you open your mouth to say, will you consider dropping this very agitation, I can assure you, what happened to Kuremadu will be a child's play. Your corpse will be carried away from wherever you come to meet me. That I can assure you. That I can assure you. Any idiot seeking relevance, any drunken fool who wants his or her name to be associated with IPOB or myself, and you think that the best way to do it is to insult the memory of those that have died in this very movement, then not only are you mistaken, you are hallucinating and you are insane. Certifiably insane. That is who you are. Fulani Caliphate will not be built in Biafra land. Even the one that Ojos Okalo gave them in Law Uku, that too will disappear. We don't want them anywhere occupying any piece of territory in our land illegally. It will not happen. Hausa people may have been foolish and allowed them to be overrun. Yoruba may have given them a part of a Ilorin, or should I say 10 local government areas in Kwara State. That nonsense cannot obtain in Biafra land. No inch of Biafra land will be conceded, as you say, to Fulani Janjaweed. We are making it abundantly clear so that the world will understand us. This is the, should I say, the era of saboteurs. And we must all be very, very vigilant and extremely careful as to how we approach individuals and issues going forward. A lot of our people, either through ignorance, wickedness, or sheer stupidity, are part of this conspiracy for the Fulanis to overwhelm us, plant Islam forcibly in our land, and change our way of life forever and ever, as they did to Hausa people, to Nupe people, to Gwari people, as they did to parts of Yoruba land. They also do what they also want to do to us. But we are not going to allow that to happen, not now, not tomorrow, not ever. It is very, very distressing and shocking that Biafran people who are in the police and judiciary, especially in Abia State, are in the business of extorting money from people who have been arrested illegally, detained illegally, tortured illegally, for fighting for their freedom. What is happening in Umuahia High Court, in the judiciary of Abia State, is a disgrace. What is happening in the prisons in Afara, in my village, is a disgrace. What is happening within the police in Abia State is a disgrace. You arrest innocent people. There is no evidence, no proof of wrongdoing. And what you people resort to is to extort money from us. The Chief Judge of Abia State, the Director of Public Prosecution in Abia State, the judges and the magistrates you have in Abia State, especially in Umuahia, your days are numbered. That I can assure you. You will not be forgiven. What people are doing is that the judiciary in Abia State are in concert, in cahoot with the police to arrest people and bring them to court. You can't believe what has been happening in the past few days. These are Igbo people in court in Umuahia demanding and asking for money, exorbitant amount of money, all the way to $500,000 naira to release people who did nothing wrong. The court have given them bail to perfect their bail. These people, they are Igbo people, Igbo, not even any other part of Biafra land, extorting money from their own people. In other words, encouraging the Fulani terrorist police and the army to be arresting people so that they can be making money in Umuahia High Court and at the prisons. Even the fool in prisons in Umuahia prisons in Afara, is also in on the act. Because this evening I want the world to understand that is how our madness starts. And when it starts, let nobody blame us. And as I'm very, very happy now that no idiot can come up to blame us for what we are doing. The controller of the prison services in Abia State, believe it or not, is Alhaji Kunle Sanusi. He's a Yoruba man. Kunle Sanusi is an Alhaji. Do you know what happens? Court will give you bail. We went to court yesterday and today to perfect the bail of the people that they've granted bail, people that did nothing wrong. Absolutely nothing wrong. This idiot in the prison, Alhaji Kunle Sanusi, will be charging our people 2,000 naira each before he can allow them to walk out of the prison gate. Extortion of the highest order, extortion from the police, extortion from the judiciary, and extortion from the prison service. In other words, it is a plan. Whenever they see our people, they arrest. It is a plan, a well orchestrated plan to make money for themselves. And this is the side and part of Igbo people that I don't want to see. When our people want to be good, they're very good. When some of us want to be evil, we become worse than Lucifer. And we are going to set example with those of them in Abia State Judiciary. Those of them that specialize in conniving with an oppressive, conniving with the oppressor to extort money from their own people, people fighting for your freedom. This is a shame and a disgrace in Abia State. And it won't happen again, that I assure you. We are waiting for them to come. Anyway, of course, the police can go about harassing and abducting people unsuspectingly, so to speak. But one day their luck will run out. All of them, their luck will run out very soon. If you're in doubt, ask them in Enugu and they will tell you. And we're not going to stop. This flag has been raised. The dragon flag has been raised and will never come down. And it is not my duty to tell you what is happening. Let the enemies tell you what is happening to them. Both those within and without. As a movement, I am telling you this Wednesday evening or Thursday morning, as the case may be, for those of you in Australia, in Japan, and that part of the world, that we must maintain our discipline. Discipline is key. Discipline is key because our enemies are going to come with all manner of devices to detract us, to get us to feel important even though we are not important. Our enemies are going to do everything they can within their powers. They will use financial inducement. They will try to boost your ego when even they know that you are nobody, you are nothing, to get you to try to serve their purpose and to serve their cause. You must resist such temptation, and I will tell you why, with good reason this evening. Remember Avengers, our brave brothers Avengers who were doing marvelously well. Do you know what happened to the leadership of Avengers? They killed almost all of them. Because of Akilogologo, because of long throat, they want money. They say, oh, come, let us negotiate. The commanders of Avengers will go to that very meeting. On their way back, they will be taken out by snipers, one after the other. That was how they destroyed Avengers, because they abandoned the freedom we were all pursuing to consider financial payment. Any day our mind goes to financial inducement or financial payment, we are finished. Why am I saying what I'm saying? Remember Ken Serewiwa? They gave him money, abandoned property in Iguacha. In the end, they killed him. The same Jew, Nigeria, killed him. The latest one that they have killed, his name is Ghana. He's from Benue. He is TV, and you need to understand his story very, very well. Do you know that he was working for the Fulani Janjaweed? Until the same people that he was working for got to his village. As soon as they got to his village, he realized his mistakes, and he's now started fighting the Fulani. And they arranged amnesty for him. On his way to go and collect the amnesty money, he was killed by Fulani soldiers. The same thing they did to our people in Avengers. The same thing they did to Adakaburo. The same thing they did to Cancer Wiwa. Anytime, people must, anytime that devil, that spirit of Judas goes inside you and you think you're working with them, they will tell you, oh, don't worry, can't you see, oh, this Okaru, is he not doing very well? He's our boy, we groomed him, he's working for us. Can't you see hopes on him? You think you're like them. You must remain like them. Every day Ojus Okalo rises up to say, I am fighting for the interest of my people. Of course, we know he will never do that. That's the same day they will kill him. That's the way they operate. So I am warning all of you that they have been romancing for a while now. Some of you idiots that your brains are expanding, talking rubbish as usual. Your days are numbered and your days are up. And tonight you will know it. A typical saboteur will always die at the hands of the Janjaweed. This man called Ghana wanted 1 billion. In fact, post his video. Do you know that this man was so precious to Fulani conquest of the Middle Belt that Channels Television interviewed him? You know, Channels is working for them the same way that Facebook is working for the Janjaweed. Are you aware of that? Some of you are aware of that. Do you know that Channels Television actually interviewed this man? They claim he's a wanted criminal. Are you aware of that? Are you aware of that? No, you're not. But he was interviewed, and I want that very interview to be posted on my page for all of you to see. That is, if Facebook will allow it to be posted. For all of you to see what happens to every saboteur. I want our people to understand this. You think you're doing very well. Oh, I'm going to make money for myself and my family, and I may even make a name in the process. This is what happens to every saboteur. This man was helping the Fulani Janjaweed, the Caliphate Mietiala, to conquer other villages in the Middle Belt until they got to his own village. He now said, oh my God, I never knew this was going to happen to us. He now rose up to challenge. He became a militia leader to challenge the Fulani. And they said, oh, don't worry, come for that 1 billion we promised you. He went to go and collect the 1 billion and he was killed. Check it everywhere. Once you are a saboteur, you must remain a saboteur for life. Any day you rise up to say, I am going to fight for my people, that day you are dead. That's something you need to understand, and you must learn from him. And now, let me tell you the most, should I say, wicked and evil part of this whole thing. One thing even our journalists don't understand. One thing I want to make our judges, Biafran judges in high courts in Biafra land, all the police officers in Biafra land who are Biafrans, there is something all of you will need to understand, including the journalists and the newspaper editors. Do you know that foreign, should I say, I call them foreign because I'm not from the zoo. Do you know that Daily Trust is part of the Fulani Janjaweed agenda? Do you know that the Premium Times is part of it? Of course, they have bought over some Yoruba newspapers as well. Those of them that have, Islamic, should I say, leaning, like Punch. Are you aware that all of these people are working for the same devil? Are you aware of it? This evening I will tell you. Do you know that when this Ghana was working for the Fulani people, when this Ghana was going about, his name is actually Tawase Akwaza. When you say Ghana, they may say, but he's a Fulani. He is not. His name is Tawase Akwaza. He is a TV man. The same thing like Go On. Just imagine Go On. Look at what they did to T.Y. Danjuma. The day T.Y. Danjuma rose up to say, oh, my people are dying, you saw the way they rubbished him using Premium Times. Premium Times, a Fulani publication, announced the death of Tawase Akwaza, alias Ghana. That's what they called him. They tagged him the most wanted criminal in Benue State, because they have now used him and discarded him. He is now the most wanted criminal in Benue State. When he was working for them, nobody knew about him, apart from the interview with Channels Television. Today, he has risen up to say, my people are dying. Let me fight for them. They have killed him. He is now a most wanted criminal. They sent Army Special Forces Command to go and kill him. Now, I want to ask Zoo people a very simple question. How many times have you heard that the army laid siege for a Fulani bandit? How many times? I'm asking you. How many times have you in your life heard that a siege was laid for, or an ambush for, a Fulani terrorist bandit? When? But once you're from another side, anything they like, they can do to you. It doesn't really matter. Of course, BBC, but the arch traitors we have within, who doesn't know that? Now, let me tell you something. In 2015, amnesty, this amnesty rubbish, the same amnesty was granted. They said to 500 persons, including Ghana, that were terrorizing parts of Benue and Taraba, working for Fulani Janjaweed against his own people, until they got to his village. That is what I keep saying to every Sabo, this thing, this Janjaweed you're defending by fighting IPOB, of course, not that what they're doing has any effect on our work, not at all, or any impact, so to speak, not at all. One day they will get to your village. Do you know that some politicians are feigning ignorance? They are saying they cannot see what Fulani Janjaweed is doing in our land. Are you aware of that? These are the things I want the world to understand this evening. And let us go back to and hear what other people said. Nation newspaper referred to him as a militia. As a militia. That was his job. That was what he was doing for the Fulani. Until he turned against them and they invited him to come and take money. Longer throat. He wanted to go and collect money, and in the process he was killed by Fulani soldiers. They lay ambush and they killed him. He was a dreaded militia leader. Tawase Ahwaza, alias Ghana. Now listen. Do you know what people don't understand? He and 172 other people were invited by Governor Otom, the governor of Benue State. Come, let us discuss. Amnesty, come and take money. He was going to see the governor. The Fulani army did not allow him to go and meet Governor Otom. Before he could get to the government house, he was killed by Fulani soldiers that did not want him to reveal to the governor of Benue State what he knew about the operations of Mieti Yala terrorists in the Middle Belt. Do you see the way they roll? This is a warning. I want to let Sabotua know. Every Sabo, both high and mighty and the low one, this is what awaits. This is the fate that awaits each and every one of you. He was fighting against his people. They said, go and meet the governor. With 172 other people, they lay ambush for him and they killed him. The same thing they did to every notable commander of the Avengers. Our people and money. When you are fighting for freedom, it has nothing to do with money. Conviction, dedication, application, and discipline. Which is what we seem to be lacking, and today he is dead, killed by the Janjaweed that he was serving. If this is not a lesson to our people, I don't know what else could move them to change from their evil ways. I want it published on my page, the interview with Channels TV. If this man is a very wanted criminal, how can Channels TV be interviewing him? That is what I say about people who are deaf and people who are blind, who can no longer reason. The same nonsense that happened to Avengers, that led to the decimation of Avengers, happened today, or should I say yesterday, in Benue State. That is the life of saboteurs. That is how they always end up. And before I go on to the main analysis that I have for you this evening, which is some articles that some people have written, very brilliant, I want to, people used to ask us, why do you support Trump? Why all this Trump? Why always you talk about Trump? We say to them, because Trump is a very decent and honorable human being. He speaks the truth the same way that I do, not minding who is pleased. There is no space for political correctness. He calls things the way he sees them. When the clown they have in Asorok, the mask wearer, gave the claim, he said, Trump asked me why I am killing Christians in Nigeria. President Buhari, the one that is dead, raised as a mask wearing doppelganger to deceive the idiots. Go to my page again, of course. The post is being suppressed by Facebook. You will see it. The mask, you can see the mask on his face. You can see his fresh hands, fresh hands of a supposed 80-year-old. And you're telling me that people are sensible and reasonable? I doubt that very much. I doubt it very much. And they come to me, they say, oh, don't talk about it. You shouldn't. Don't talk about Buhari. I said, are you blind? Are you blind? Can you not see a mask? Can you not see the hole on his neck? Are you blind and foolish? I cannot see those things. But because there is a climate of fear, a climate of suppression and subjugation, a climate of betrayal, a climate of treachery, a climate of sabotage, a climate of oppression. That is why none of you can stand up to speak the truth, to say that little boy can never be an 80-year-old. Look at his hands. He's there for the whole world to see. And you don't want me to speak that very truth because you have something to hide, because you're compromised, because you're a traitor. Only traitors are afraid of the truth. Trump asked me why I am killing Christians in Nigeria. Let me ask some of you, has the Pope ever been this brave to call Asorok and to say, why are you killing Christians? Has the Democratic Party in America been able to call and say, why are you killing Christians? Has the Archbishop of Canterbury been able to call? How about all the mega Pentecostal pastors that come to the zoo, you go for their crusade, have they ever called? It's only Trump who said to the idiots they sent to him, why are you killing Christians? If you cannot love such a man, who are you going to love? Has Obama ever said such a thing before? Why are you killing Christians? No, he will never say it, because he is part and parcel of the problem. And tomorrow idiots will still say, why are you supporting Trump? Why do people support Trump? Your common sense cannot tell you that this man that confronted Jubril, when they sent Jubril to him, that said to Jubril, why are you killing Christians? Because if you present a squirrel to them as your president, they will accept. If you present a madman, a completely mad, if you bring a madman and say this is your president, of course they will accept it. Any idiot you send to America, they will accept. Even if the idiot is wearing a mask, they will accept. Jubril went to America and Trump asked him this question. Which American president has ever done that before? Did the British Prime Minister do it? Why didn't they say, Theresa May called me and asked me, or David Cameron, or Boris Johnson? No, it's only in the whole world, only Trump is concerned for the dying Christian niggers you have in the zoo. And that is the man people say is a racist. Those who are not racist, those who claim they love you, you are being slaughtered. They cannot ask after you. It is a man you claim is a racist that is asking after you. Do you see how foolish black people are? They bring out their sentimental mumbo jumbo crap. Rubbish. Every time you tell them the truth, they can never ever absorb, assimilate that very truth and do something with it. Never in their lives. They prefer lies. That is why I like Trump. He tells you the truth the way he sees it. He doesn't give a damn how you're going to feel. That is inconsequential to him. What matters is the truth. And that truth has been spoken. If not that this idiot opened his mouth to say it, will you understand the amount of work that people are doing in Washington to try to highlight the plight of dying Christians in the zoo? All your pastors are concerned about is who insulted who and how much tithe you're going to pay. Your pastors see you the same way that the Fulani see you. They know you are foolish. Your pastors understand how foolish all of you are. That is why they treat you the way they treat you. And the Fulanis understand how hopeless and crazy we are. That is why they treat us the way they treat us. That is why they can kill you and talk about unity. As they're slaughtering you, they're telling you, oh, let's remain united. One united Nigeria. We intermarry. We know each other. You have your chemist shop in Bauchi. You have another chemist shop in Brandon Kebbi. You are selling spare parts in Kaduna. Can you imagine such rubbish? You are killing me. When I ask you to stop killing me, you're telling me, oh, don't worry. Think of the things that unites us together. They know we are hopeless. We are sentimental fools. We are always very emotional. We are not cold and rational. Always emotion. always allowing our, should I say, nonsensical mentality. That is why we are poor. Let me tell you something. If you want to seriously change your life for good, sit down and ask yourself the following questions. Why are black people poor? Why is it that no African country can manufacture an aeroplane? I mean manufacture, not assemble. Why is it that no African country can feed itself without foreign aid? Why is it that despite the abundance of technology and knowledge, scientific knowledge, people are still homeless in Africa? People are still poverty-stricken in Africa? Ask yourself these questions. And they don't, take what we preach. Ask yourself a very simple question. Why are we living on top of oil, yet there is no running water? We drink the water that we go to defecate in. Ask yourself that simple question. Why do we have oil pollution in our land when Shell and other people, Ajib and Halliburton, who are extracting oil from our land, there is no oil spillage in their own country? There is no pollution, no environmental degradation. Any day you answer those questions, believe me, you will change. If you fail to ask yourselves those questions, then you are finished. A black man is the worst creation on this very earth. I say it without apology to any idiot. The most useless thing God ever created is the brain of a black man. They don't reason very well. Trump is fighting for you. You have not fought for yourself before. You have never ever before called Asorok to say, why are you killing Christians? But you can open your useless nigger mouth, your useless black nigger idiotic mouth to disparage Trump, because you are foolish and very, very hopeless. And that is why Fulani are messing with you, all of you. And where they leave off, your useless pastors will round it up for you. They protested against fuel hike during Jonathan's regime because Jonathan was a gentleman. Where are those pastors today? If you can do it under Jonathan and not under this present Janjaweed Fulani Caliphate regime of terrorism, that means you're a hypocrite. The Bible calls you a hypocrite. If you're a pastor that protested under Jonathan, you came out on the streets and you cannot do something now, you are a hypocrite. And if you're a hypocrite, you cannot be the servant of God. It's impossible. These are the things you need to know. Where are all the idiots that told you that they can see in the future? That Buhari is good for you. Where are the idiots now, I ask you? All the idiots with the Bible, where are those fools now, I ask you? Do you see how God disgraced all of them? To say your prophecy is not from me. All that nonsense, all these stupid people, all these idiotic, these children of perdition that we are predicting about how Buhari is going to bring glory days back. Where are those fools now? But you, being a black idiot that you are, tomorrow when they call you, you go to the adoration ground. Tomorrow when they call you, you go to their huge dome. And you give them your tithes, your offering, you plant, you sow, you water the seed. Because you're black, because you are unreasonable, because you are foolish. They came out to protest under Jonathan, yes? Ask your pastor. It's an assignment. On Sunday, all of you, or those of you that go to church ask them, Pastor, Super Pastor, why was it that under Jonathan you came out to protest, sir? You called him Daddy G.O. Daddy G.O. How come under Jonathan all of you came out to protest? Daddy, why don't you go and protest now? He will not go because he's a hypocrite. He's a child of Lucifer. You people don't want to hear the truth. The problem with black people is that you don't want to hear the truth. You don't like it. But as the scriptures made us to understand, that truth will set you free. Every day I come on air, I preach one thing. Every day I come on air, I keep preaching the same thing. The wickedness and the evil of a black man. That is why we are called black. Once again, As Pastor Chris Oyakilome said the other day, and some of you were too ashamed to even comment, go and Google the word black and what it means. What does black mean? What does it mean? You know, this life is very funny. What does black mean? When they asked black people, what do you want to be called? Other people said, I want to be called Asian Americans, I want to be called Asians, even in the UK. It was black people, it was Africans, people from African descent that said they were calling us then Afro-Caribbeans. Do you know that Afro-Caribbeans, they said, no, that is not our name. We want you to call us black. Chineke kweli ihe ọjọọ. Chineke kweli ihe ọjọọ. Hey! Hey! Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Go and check it. I can't even read it because if I read it now, it is shocking. It is shocking what black means. Shocking. We said, ask anybody in the UK. It was people, they used to call us Afro-Caribbeans. We ganged up and said, don't call us Afro-Caribbeans because it will tell people where we come from. We want to be called black. So in every form, you see white, you see black, you see Asian. Asian is there. People that have brain. And today is India not doing well. And that part of the world. I want our people to understand that obtaining PhD does not mean you're intelligent. It doesn't mean that at all. It was Afro-Caribbeans, people from Africa and the Caribbean, either born in the UK, domiciled in the UK, that lobbied and said, no, don't call us Afro-Caribbeans, call us black. That is how foolish we are as a people. And that is why most of them, their brain begins to boil. Let me bring home to you the wickedness of a black man. Why God abandoned Africa. Why blacks are poor all over the world is because a black man is a specimen of evil and wickedness. Police went to MN 2 Sundays ago. Saw people gathered together and shot at them. Whereas in the same MN, in the same vicinity of MN, there are Fulani people carrying AK-47. No one has gone to them to shoot at them. They are the ones raping, that killed and raped at Ozowani. They are the ones in Enugu terrorizing our mothers and our daughters. No one has gone to shoot at them. Somebody saw where youths are gathered, came there and opened fire without provocation. And there are some Igbo people trying to justify that. There are some, there was one idiot, I remember the fool's name, that wrote some nonsensical garbage and said that IPOB shouldn't have gathered. So if by the time they were proscribing Martin Luther King and Martin Luther King refused to march, do you think there'll be black freedom today in America? If by the time they were harassing Dr. Azikiwe, putting him in jail, and he capitulated, do you think that the zoo that you claim is Nigeria will be independent today? If by the time they were terrorizing and killing ANC members, that they capitulated, do you think South Africa will be free today? But he's an intellectual. He went to university. He has PhD. He wants to be called an elite. I want people to understand the idiocy of a so-called elite in Africa. He was writing junk. So if you come and make an unjust law, do you expect reasonable people to abide by it? Fulani are killing people. Fulani, only them have 6 terrorist groups. None of them proscribed. None of them proscribed by the Fulani. None of them whatsoever. You have pastors who they take money from us every Sunday. They have not come or stood up to say, as Archbishop Desmond Tutu used to do in South Africa, to say that evil is evil, this regime is evil. Only Bishop Kuka to an extent. Now do you understand it? That our problem is us, not even the so-called leaders or lack of. It's us, the way we reason and the way we process information. That is why Ofonedu Okafor, a young boy, was shot at. He still has bullets in his body. What was his crime? The thing that people don't want to understand, and they have not told us, those who shot at Yemene, what was their crime at that point in time? What did they do wrong? No one has been able to answer that question. To tell you how wicked and evil a black person is. What did they do to warrant the DSS going storming where they are to kill 21 of them? What was their crime? You know, in the zoo, if you ask yourself that question, guilty conscience will set in. You begin to reason like a human being. So they say, no, but they are prescribed. What did they do wrong before you prescribed them? They were asking for referendum and self-determination. Those carrying guns and killing people have not been prescribed. Those asking for their right to vote, to determine if they want to be part of the zoo or not, they are being killed. And as a human being with full functioning faculty, you want to justify the killing of unarmed people. That is to tell you that you're evil. And this God we serve is not an impartial God. He's not. Black people are getting what they deserve. We are a very evil and wicked race. If we are not a wicked race, can you tell me why somebody will claim he's ordained by God? He will come out and ask you to vote for somebody he himself knows is evil because they gave him 5 million naira. And he said, you wake up in the morning as an adult and he said that is a man of God. You are a fool. You are following cowardly men of God, cowards, who under Jonathan came out to protest fuel hike. No excuses. Under this very evil Fulani tyranny, they cannot speak. All they want is your tithe. You and them, you are all fools. And Biafra cannot have such garbage in it. Of course, it's impossible. When somebody speaks the truth, all of you gang up against that person. Because the evil in you is greater than the good in you. That is why black people are suffering all over the world. Not just in Africa. Where in whichever country you go to, wherever you see people who are suffering, the lowest of the low is always black people. It's a curse from God because we are evil. We have never changed. And nothing will change. Somebody is writing from America. His brother has bullet wounds. Instead of allowing him to receive treatment, he has not done it. The worst is that he has not done anything wrong. Ofonedu Okafor has not done anything wrong. He has not offended the army nor the police. His only crime was to be in Emene 2 Sundays ago, and they came and they shot at him. They won't even allow him to receive treatment. You shot an innocent person. They took him to hospital. You came to hospital and took him away from hospital, and you put him in chains in your cell. And you on Sunday or Friday, the idiot, the police commissioner, will take his Quran and go to mosque and say he's praying to Allah through Muhammad. Muhammad will not ask you, that boy that is on the floor in your cell, before you went to Emene, what did he do to you? I want the whole world is listening. I want the world to understand that not every African thinks like a monkey. I want the world to understand that me personally as an African, I know that the problem associated with poverty, deprivation, disease in Africa is caused 100% by Africans. 100%. Anybody blaming a white man or blaming anybody else, you are deluded. You are deluded. You are the problem. Your idiocy is the problem. Your stupidity is the problem. Your inability to reason. Ask yourself, why is it that all these useless mega, all these idiots and those defending them, all these fools, how come you were protesting under Jonathan, you cannot protest under Buhari? Why? Evil people everywhere. Evil with the Bible. You're carrying some idiot. He's my father. Don't insult my father. You're a complete, you're a fool. Don't insult my father. He's our father. If you insult him, I will tear you apart. Just imagine. Doubts with suit on Sundays, talking garbage, promising you what you can never see. Other people are building skyscrapers, other people are making things happen, people are holding their governments to account, people are contributing to humanity. Your hypocritical criminal pastor is busy deceiving you every day, and you are absorbing their message because inside you are full of evil. So evil attracts evil. It doesn't matter how many of you fools go to one of those useless gatherings. Useless, I call them useless gatherings. Trump is the one asking after you. Your Pope hasn't asked after you. He said, I asked Virgin Mary to intercede. Imagine such rubbish. If you tell a black man what you're doing is foolish, instead of the idiot to go back and think and reason, he will get foolishly emotional and sentimental. I keep saying, one of the greatest punishment of my life is to come from Africa. I'm telling you the truth. Surrounded by idiots who cannot reason, fools every place. You can see Fulani is in the other village. The next target is your own village. They come and they give you 1 million naira. You start talking rubbish. The same way that Britain came to Africa and the whole of Europe and rendered us useless because we are foolish. That is the truth. You may not like it, but it's the truth, and I will preach it here exactly the same way that Trump does it in America. Ofonedu Okorafor did nothing wrong. He's in the police detention now. Do you know the mother went there to go and see him? They said you cannot see him until you give us money. Can you be agree? You shot at my son that did nothing wrong to nobody. You went to hospital, you took him from hospital and chained him to the floor in your barracks. I want to see him. You're asking me to give you money. Is there any other race more wicked than black people? People say, oh, we are suffering here. They are killing us. They are pursuing us. Do you see how you are treating people where you come from? Or you think the Chinese cannot see all these things that we are doing to ourselves? That is how wicked a black person. We are a very wicked race. The sooner we accept it, the better. We are a wicked, deceptive, lying, treacherous race. Treachery is in our blood. Treachery, to deceive, to lie. I keep going back to what somebody said about people that call me names. Of course, I'm used to that rubbish. You're a scammer. You are this. They go to their church and they give money to their pastor. Every blessed Sunday, they've been doing it for the past 42 years. And I ask you, what has your pastor done for you? Nothing. Have you seen that heaven has been promising you? The answer is no. I'm not asking you not to have faith, not to go to church. I believe in church, people, congregation, people being close to God, yes. But not through lies and deception. Somebody will come to me and ask me for money to pay rent. I want to alert the world as to the depth of the evil of a black mind. Somebody will come to me and ask me for money. Oh, I'm hungry, I've not eaten. Please give me money to pay my rent. I will go and plead with IPOB and say this person has a problem. Let's give him money to pay rent. You give him money, he will pay his rent. He will come back the next day and call the person that gave him money to pay rent and to eat a scammer. And he will not be ashamed of himself. Somebody came to me and said, oh, please give me money. Negotiation. It will cost you 20 million. I said, okay, give him 20 million. The person, I want people to understand how foolish Africans are. You come to me, you deceive me. You have come to me to deceive me. I should give you my laptop I'm broadcasting with. Please, later on you bring it back to me. And I gave it to you. You never returned it back to me. Then when I ask you for it, you don't tell people that he's a thief. He steals laptops from people. But you have my laptop. Can I have it back? No, you're telling them I am the one who is the thief. Can you believe such nonsense? That is why and some people will even have time to listen to such nonsense. That tells you how demented a black mind operates. The person listening to the garbage will not say, but hang on, you were hungry and you came to him. You were homeless and you came to him. He gave you money. How did you give money to somebody and you scammed that person? Chai, Chineke me, black people in this UG. Some idiots came to me when I left prison. They were hungry. They said, please give us money, I want to pay rent. I gave the fool 500,000. In fact, 900,000, there were two of them. Today, they call me a scammer. And the people that they're talking to will not ask them, but you asked him for money and he gave you the money. You and him, who scammed each other? Do you see that? That is why, I sit down and I analyze the brain of black. The reason why I keep dwelling on the brain of black people is because that is the key. It's your brain is the key. Once you can reason properly, there is nothing you cannot do. You can build rockets and go to the moon as a black person. Once your reasoning faculty are intact, you can reason. Right now, all across Africa and the whole world, black people don't reason very well. They don't. And the reason why Britain is suppressing, because Britain knows that as bad as black people are, as hopeless as they are, that in Biafra there are men and women who are upright, chosen by God to do this very work, to liberate not just Biafra but the whole of Africa. That's why they're sitting on it. Now you understand it, don't you? You give money to somebody is hungry. Oh, please, Oga, help me, I'm dying, I'm starving. You give him money to go and buy food. After he must have now eaten and his belly is full, he come to your house and put you're a criminal. Oh, I am a criminal for giving you money to go and eat when you were hungry. Do you see the black mind? Somebody came to me and said, give me money. I gave you 20 million. The person turned around to say that you that gave him 20 million, you're a scammer. Hey! Black people. Black. They say I disgrace black people, that whites are listening. I say because we are foolish. If you disgrace that thing on the backside where the sun doesn't shine, it will leave you by force. We are an evil race. Ofonedu is in Enugu in detention, police detention, having not committed any crime. Instead of the police to apologize and to say, oh, we are sorry, we shot at you, the police actually arrested him with bullet wounds, with bullets lodged in his lungs in the police cell because they want him to die. That is black man for you. Black and evil. That is a black man for you. He committed no crime. And remember our Ebonyi State coordinator, Obonayigo, that they forced to give out the names of our coordinators. I want to let our people understand that once they arrest you, you must remain very strong mentally. They will come to say, oh, IPAB has abandoned you. They will not, as they told Bright Chimes here when they arrested him. They said, oh, that man, the county you're following, don't you see he's contesting an election? Come and testify against him. Bright Chimes said to them, not the man that I know. You're lying to me. Do you understand? They will call all the people that we went to prison together. They will call them one after the other. Come, can't you testify? Can't you? He wants to make money with Biafra. You know, stupid black people. And they will tell them, go to hell. You're lying. Today, are we not all out? All of us. You have to remain strong and resolute. Very, very strong. They will trick you. As I'm talking to Bonnaigwe, wherever he is, and all those who are in detention, they will come to you and say, oh, IPOB is doing nothing. But our people are out, no more. We never give up. We keep fighting until we free all of our people. They want to demoralize you. You people don't understand how to depress or get a black person to turn from a patriot into a traitor. I'll give you a very simple example. On my Facebook page, I have over 500,000 followers. And the likes is 330,000 or thereabout. It's the only time in this world where the likes on a page is trailing behind the followers by over 100,000. But I'm not complaining. Do you know, if you go to my page and search for my name, you will see 330,000 likes. They won't show you 500,000 followers, no. Because Facebook, you know, black people, Facebook in Lagos, they want to show you the lower number. So you become demoralized. You will think, oh, maybe many people are not following him. Only if you are intelligent will you understand that. That's how I know them. I studied them very well. I have lived with white people for very many decades. I know if they want to get at black people, I know how they do it. I know their truth. I know how they operate. You have to be a very intelligent person to understand their tricks. They will go to prison. Now they will be telling Ofonadu Okafor, oh, don't worry, they've abandoned you. That IPOB you want to die for. Can't you see? Nobody's asking for you. But they will know that we are at the gate. And they are taking money from us to take food to him. That is why we must be very, very intelligent. When they arrest you, they will tell you that IPOB has abandoned you. That means that the whole world is aware of all the atrocities being meted against us. Are you telling me that the UK ambassador, UK High Commissioner in Abuja doesn't know what Fulani is doing? Are you telling me that people with MI5, MI6 at their disposal doesn't know that Fulani people are the ones, their governors are the ones sponsoring terrorism? Is that what you're telling me? Are you telling me that even the Israeli ambassador in Abuja doesn't know, the Mossad, they have not told them that that man there is not Buhari? You think they don't know? Is that what you think? Do you seriously think that the US ambassador with CIA, FBI, everybody at their disposal, are you telling me that the American ambassador in Abuja right now doesn't know that there is no Buhari there? Doesn't know what the Fulani are doing? Are you telling me that they don't know what the army and police are doing? Is that what you're telling me? Now ask yourself this question. If they know all these things, why are they not saying anything about it? Because the level of lawlessness in the zoo, the level of human rights abuses in the zoo is more than any other place on the face of this earth, including Afghanistan. Ask yourself, why is it that nothing is being done to stop it? Because Fulani will give them money and they'll keep quiet. Because they know that some of you will even support your own persecution. Because they know they came to Africa to take slaves. We sold ourselves to them. They came to Africa to colonize us. We gave ourselves willingly. China is now also in Africa. We are also giving ourselves to them. They know how foolish we are as a race. But in Biafra, they have met something different. We start with the truth. This truth that we preach, excuse me, is what is setting our people free. Let me have a sip of water. Because after all said and done, our freedom lies in our brain, how we reason, not how muscular we are, not how strong we are physically, but how tough we are mentally. Can we outlast our enemies mentally? Once we do that, then we have won. Of course, we are winning. We are winning. There was something somebody wrote. His name is Zakari Gundu. They say he's a professor of archaeology at Ahmadu University in the zoo. He was talking about the zoo through facts and authentic history. That's the analysis I wanted to do this very evening. His name is Zakari Gundu. He said that Fulani feudalism is real, and it is why we cannot reason the same way. What Islam means to Fulani is occupation and usurpation of the conquered by Fulani oligarchy emirates. They have come to conquer you. But you have somebody who says he's an intellectual somewhere writing from New York. Hey, stop these things you're doing. Let me tell you something. One Nigeria is a honey trap. One Nigeria is a trap. The more you subscribe to one Nigeria, the more they Fulanize and Islamize you. Because if you believe in one Nigeria, you must also believe that the Fulani can live in your forest. You also have to believe in Ruga. You have to believe in the waterways bill. You have to believe that although you are doing your businesses in the township, Fulani does their businesses in the bushes and in the forest. And any forest that they occupy belongs to them. That was why they partnered with the police. That was why they partnered with the army to launch Miyetti Ala Vigilante all over the zoo. So whichever forest they are occupying belongs to them. You can't come and say to somebody, you cannot be in our forest. Because if you're a Nigerian and you believe in one Nigeria, you have to be in the forest. Forest is part of Nigeria. Do you see how they conquer you? As you're busy traveling abroad, living in the north, trying to make ends meet, they are in your forest. You can no longer come back home. And what I'm asking Elohim to do is, I want God to give us a little tiny time brain to be able to fathom this. Just reason for once. Ask yourself this question. What is somebody doing in my forest? For you to believe in one Nigeria, you have to allow him to move his cattle to wherever he wants to go to. And that cattle could be in your mother's farm. To be a good Nigerian, you keep quiet. They have been keeping quiet in the Middle Belt. Look at where they are today. The Hausas kept quiet. Look at them. They want to overrun our land. Biafra land is the only place where Janjaweedism has not taken any foothold. Forget the nonsense they're doing in Ebonyi. We are visiting them very, very heavily. Now you understand it, don't you? If you believe in Nigeria, you believe that Fulani will conquer you one day. And they will. They will. This is according to Zakari Gundu, who happens to be a professor of archaeology. I hope that he's not a pseudonym, that he's not writing under an alias. He made a very perfect sense. What Islam means to you and I is religion. But what it means to Fulani is an instrument of conquest. Because if they have Fulani, their fellow Muslims anywhere, of course he must subscribe to one zoo. And now let me put it to you this way. Every Yoruba person who is a Muslim believes that their supreme leader is the Sultan of Sokoto. The same way with those of them in Ebonyi that claim that they have converted to Islam. Which means they now listen to the Sultan of Sokoto and not to you or I. What does that tell you about the future of your children? What does that tell you? This evening I want our people to reason, and reason very, very well. Do you know these are historical facts? Do you know that in prayer, this is one Nigeria, where we let us work for one Nigeria? I am saying this so that all Jews, Okalo and their lives will understand that Fulani will conquer all of you, decimate you, and get rid of your children and take over your land. That is how they have been operating from time immemorial. Do you know that a Fulani must always lead in prayer? Not a Hausa man. Do you know that no Yoruba Muslim can lead a Juma prayer in the north? Even if a 10-year-old Hausa boy is there, the Hausa boy will lead. If a Fulani boy is there, the Fulani boy will lead. Are you aware of that? Have you seen the caste system in Islam in the zoo? But the Yoruba Muslim will not tell you this. They can never tell you this, never. Ask them, has a Yoruba man ever been able to lead a prayer in a mosque in the north before? Let them show you that person. It doesn't exist. Fulani must be respected everywhere they are, even among the blind in Lagos or Borno or Kano, writes this professor. Till date, Fulani may take the sons of Hausa, castrate them and use them as domestic guard over their harem of women. Do you know they still have harem in the north? And his Hausa, they get a Hausa man and they cut off his balls and make him a guard over the women. Do you know that you claim I feel sorry for people? When somebody comes out to talk about one Nigeria, I feel sorry. Do you know that in the census in the zoo, you cannot see Fulani women and count them? The Fulani idiot to tell you he has a harem, and India in his harem he has 40 women. The census man will write 40 women and walk away. But you are in one Nigeria. I want people to be able to reason, to understand the damage that Nigeria does to the psyche of anybody who can reason. Believe you me, I've said it many times. Once you say you are a Nigerian, I lose respect for you. I know you're not a human being. You cannot reason very well. There is nobody on this earth with their senses functioning very well who can come out and proudly proclaim, I am a Nigerian. It's not possible. Never. Now listen. Have you ever, apart from Aminu Kano, when was the last time any Hausa man rose up to shout down at a Fulani man? It has never happened and will never happen. Hausa is underneath them. They have taken Yoruba, they have put Yoruba underneath them. It's only now that Yoruba is fighting back through the likes of Osakintoye and Gani Adams. They are now doing very well, saying no, enough is enough. They have now realized. Before they were under them, using the likes of Tinubu that is the thing. They promise you something and they extract the maximum from you. They gave Gowon, the head of state of the zoo. Today, Gowon's people are under Fulani. They are dying in the middle belt. They are the ones being killed. Our people never learn. They never learn. Do you know that Hausa people do not have the right to own land in the north? Show me a Hausa man that owns a land in the north. Show me, I'm asking you. All the emirs are Fulani. I've told you this before. Most of the governors and senators in Hausa populated territories are all Fulani. Most ministerial and juicy appointments under the current government are systematically handed to people of Fulani extraction who are residing in different states in the north. Fulani would rather support Igbo or Yoruba for the office of president for fear of Fulani, of Hausa rising up. They don't want the Hausas to rise up, because any day the eyes of the Hausa people open, Fulani will be in trouble. Better, of course, rather than opening their eyes, oh, Igbo man is your problem. Look at him, he has a shop in Sabongeri. Go and burn it down. The idiot who can do it. In the name of Islam. They use Islam to confuse you. They come into your land. They rape your mothers. They abduct your daughters in broad daylight. You do nothing. Police commissioner will not respond. But when your sons gather, the same police will go and shoot at them. And when they arrest them, they'll ask us to pay. Abia State Judiciary is in very serious mess, I'm telling you. Them and their police and their prison. And they will get it hot very soon. They will get it very hot. Mad people everywhere. These are the tricks. Every blessed year, you keep hearing one Nigeria. Let's move now. Every idiot. They have brought over some, should I say, unconscionable Igbo people. In fact, right across the board. The whole of Biafra land. They come to your village, they buy some idiots over. They give them junior minister. The idiot will be talking nonsense. You'll be following him and clapping for him. Clapping for your ignorance and your stupidity. And you're dying. And your land is going. The Fulani are coming in. The crimes that the Fulani have committed, the political crimes that the Fulani have committed, if any other tribe tries it, they'll be wiped away from the face of the earth. But Fulani can do whatever they like. Because Britain supports them. Britain wants you to be a fool. I keep asking you, has that woman said anything? The High Commissioner? Are you telling me she is not seeing all the crimes the Fulanis are committing, both with their cattle and their AK-47? Who hasn't seen it in the zoo? But what is stopping you? Ask yourself this very simple question. What is stopping you from doing something? What is stopping you from rising up and saying enough is enough? The Hausa people kept quiet for very many years. Look at where, and it's not that the Fulanis are very clever. They are not. I'm telling you the truth. It's Britain that gave them the template they are operating with. That's all. It's a bribe. Because anybody, if you want, look at even the Chinese are using it. If you want to conquer Africa, it's very simple. Come and bribe a few of them to fight themselves. That's all you need to do. That is the nonsense they want to bring in IPOB. Idiot, that's all that thing of this. We are going to fight. We are going to mechari here. In your next life, if you can't name the canoe, you run away. People must listen this night very, very carefully, please. After raping you and taking your land, they will now come for peace. And that peace settlement is the end of you. These are the things people don't understand. There is a news going around in southern Kaduna. Miyetti Allah agrees to end quarrel with neighbors. Do you see the way wicked journalists in the zoo is writing? Because they have bought them over. A human being will go to school of journalism. He will be taught, or she will be taught everything about objectivity, being very factually correct, and trying not to support anybody. I don't know if some people observed how the news about the alleged killing of 2 Fulani people in Obibo was covered. An attack. They said IPOB, Daily Trust paper, Fulani paper, IPOB attack. Most of the zoo papers said IPOB attack, not clash. We never clashed with them. It's an attack. But when police will come to your house and shoot at you, it's a clash. I want the world to understand that black people are wicked. There is a level of wickedness and evil in black people that will even make Satan Lucifer to be shocked. Now it is because it's IPOB attack. But when IPOB are being killed, it's IPOB. There's a clash with the police. Now you know. Some of them will rise up to be writing nonsense. Not that they don't like what we do, or the truth that is the way we preach it. It's paining them because some of them go to work and their white friends will be telling them, "My dear monkey, you people are not well. Oh, do you see how foolish you are?" And if they complain, they say, "No, didn't you hear Nnamdi Kanu? That's what he said. He's not a black man. He's not an African." Now you know. Now you understand. Miyetti Allah has agreed. In southern Kaduna, you know, these people are so foolish. When they bring out themselves, they don't know. When they disgrace themselves, they don't know. When I was telling you people that it is Miyetti Allah that is Fulani bandit, Miyetti Allah are the terrorists, cattle headsmen, you don't believe me. The same Miyetti Allah is the one that they said is a legitimate stakeholder in the government, according to Garba Shehu, spokesperson to their so-called president. It is called putting one and one together. You get to simple common sense. Now, I am going to tell the whole world that Miyetti Allah is a terrorist group. And because Miyetti Allah, according to the government of the zoo, is a legitimate stakeholder in their government, the government itself is a terrorist organization. Now listen, in southern Kaduna, now they have come to do what they call peace in southern Kaduna. You know what they said? Miyetti, according to the sub-headline, Miyetti Allah has agreed to end the fight with other communities in southern Kaduna. So it was Miyetti Allah all along. As I told you. So it was Miyetti Allah all along in southern Kaduna with Governor El Rufai. The same Miyetti Allah I told all of you is a terrorist group. The same Miyetti Allah. Have you seen? Now they're talking about peace, settling Fulani there and giving them 4 emirates. All of a sudden Miyetti Allah has come out. But a few weeks ago, you were being told it's Fulani bandits. A few weeks ago, you were being told that is people from Mali, people from Chad, people from Niger. But now, they are sharing land, the land of southern Kaduna people. Miyetti Allah has come out. Do you see how they're messing with you? When it comes to stealing people's land, it's Miyetti Allah. When it comes to who are the people committing all the atrocities, it is foreigners, according to Nigerian journalists. That's what they do. Now tell me how God can answer the prayers of such people. That was why Jeremiah chapter 5, go and read it. I have not seen them. These people are evil. I have not seen any that speaks and sticks on the truth, no matter what. I have not seen any. Who are the people suppressing our posts? When they see IPOB, Biafra posts, they say, these are black people working for Facebook in Lagos and in Abuja. Black people. The same thing that happened during slavery. When people see those who are speaking the truth, they gang up with the white man to go and kill that person. These are black people. It is in their nature to betray. To become treacherous is in their DNA. They are traitors by nature. Now, it's time to share land. Miyetti Allah has come out. So it was you people all along. Zoological Republic. You people are really daft. I'm telling you. Do you see why I say they don't have any intellectuals? They don't have intellectuals in the zoo. They have people who are daft but who can speak English or write English. Daft. All this while killing in southern Kaduna, bandits from Mauritius, bandits from Morocco, bandits from Egypt. But now there are negotiations to settle everything. Is now Miyetti Allah. Oh, dear me. The level of wickedness in black people it will make somebody fall in love with Satan. I'm telling you, if you give me Satan and give me black people, I'll take Satan. Because even Satan cannot be this wicked. Satan cannot be this heartless. Lucifer cannot be this wicked. The level of wickedness in black people is unprecedented. Aligned with their treacherous behavior. That is why you people are poor and the lowest of the low. I believe it's genetic. They are inferior to other races because of their wickedness and their evil. That's why you are poor. Miyetti Allah will kill people. Nigerian journalists, Punch, Vanguard, all of the right. Foreign bandits are in Nigeria. IG of police, these are foreigners. They are foreign bandits in southern Kaduna. But now there is land to be shared. Is now Miyetti Allah. Oh, black people from Africa, useless to the core. Useless. Absolutely. People, I have never seen a race as stupid as black people are. I have never seen. Common sense they don't have. It's only to betray, to backbite. You give somebody money, the person will come back and call you a scammer. Somebody you get was hungry, kneeling down and begging me, please give me money, sir. Came to Asaba to see me. And I actually brought them to Asaba to see me. Begging me for money. I put hand in my pocket. Somebody who came out of prison and I gave you money. The same person said, Namdekan is a scammer. Because I tell you the truth. You see the way, if I am that time, I will encourage George Ozokala. I said, go and meet them. Give me all the things that I want. Negotiate and give me and I will go. They've come before, they failed. They've come the second time, they failed. They came the third time, they failed. And if they come the fourth time, the person will not go back alive. Simple as that. Ndara. Miyetti Allah is there. And in all of this, I want our people to see, let me tell you something. We are the ones who have been conquered, or should I say some of them, by the Fulani. Because Afanifere rejects constitutional review, insists on 2014 confab report. And whilst I agree with all they are saying, I like Afanifere and what they are doing, but there must be something backing this thing up. If you don't boycott elections, all these things are empty. You continue with the same 1999 constitution, the same rubbish. You must do something. It's called direct action. It's called civil disobedience. If you don't do it, you continue living with this rubbish year after year after year. I am advising our friend Ifere tonight. The time has come to put a bit of muscle to all this rhetoric. There must be civil disobedience. No voting. Let there be general strike. Let children not go for any marching on the 1st of October or 1st of October. Let there be a lockdown. Of course, I'll be in Biafra land. Nobody's going anywhere on the 1st of October. Total and complete lockdown of Biafra land on the 1st of October. No marching on the streets, no nothing. I'm announcing it tonight. 1st of October, Biafra land, every school. Nobody should go for marching. Any principal that allows the pupils to go for marching, you'll be in trouble. No marching. You're not marching for the zoo. Marching for Mietiala. Marching for Janjaweed. Marching for the abduction of your daughters. Marching for the rape of your mothers. Marching so that cow can go into your farm and destroy it. Marching so that you can be a 5th class citizen. Marching so you can be a slave. On the 1st of October, I'm announcing it tonight, and DOS must take note. Complete shutdown of Biafra land. Complete, I said total shutdown. No marching, no school, and we are nothing on the 1st of October. No marching. Don't let your children sit at home. Let the whole world understand how upset you are about what is going on. You can't claim you're upset and then you will be following the enemy, doing what they ask you to do. I'm telling you, Ferry, all these press releases are meaningless. There must be bites to it. We are not asking anybody to do anything extraordinary. What we are asking, civil disobedience. 1st of October, Middle Belt, West, East, lockdown. Nobody should allow their child to go outside to vote. Go march for which idiot? For a little boy wearing a mask, claiming his Buhari. Let him come out and address people in a live. Let them ask him questions. They cannot do it. And you claim you're in a democracy. You claim you have a sense of reasoning. All of you claim you're intellectuals. Whereas you are nobody. A bunch of useless nobodies. That's who you are. A bunch of useless nobodies. Every time press statement. There must be bites to it. I find it very. That is very simple. You want the world to know you're not happy with fuel hike and all this nonsense you're going through, lack of security. Everybody keep your child at home on the 1st of October. Not just in Biafra land, in the West and in the Middle Belt, but I know they will give some of you money. That's what they do. They will go to the media, they will give you money. Now tell me how withdrawing your children from marching on that day is going to cause breakdown of law and order. Now you understand it? Anybody who comes to me and says I am coming to negotiate for Nnamdi Kanu and this great noble IPOB to drop Biafra, that day you will hear that I've committed murder. If that person comes and sees me and goes back alive, please reject me and stone me to death. Anybody who comes out to say I am going to see Nnamdi Kanu to get him to stop the agitation for Biafra, if that person after coming to see me returns back alive to wherever he or she is going to, I am asking people to stone me alive in public. But they may know how serious we are. My mom died because of this. My father died because of it. I lost 28 men in my house. I lost my cousin. We have lost men at Mpo. We lost in Aba, everywhere. You're coming to tell me to drop agitation for Biafra. If you leave my presence alive as a human being, I am asking Biafrans all over the world to stone me. Mad people everywhere. You have journalists. Nobody will reason. What baffles me is that nobody will think and say, but you told us that those killing Nigerians in southern Kaduna are from Mali, they are from Timbuktu, they are from Niger. But now there is going to be peace. Now it's Mietiala. Nobody. Hey, black people, black. God, why did you do this to me? God, why mix me with people common to this ordinary reason? You told me an armed robber came to my house, took off my things, stole my things. You have found that thing. You now want to negotiate. You are not telling me it's my next door neighbor, but you told me it was an armed robber before. Is this how black people are? Does it mean that black people cannot sit down and actually reason? Hey, Oh God, why? Why? I keep asking why. Why have you done this to me? You should have sent me as a tree. Or maybe even send me as a pet. I'll be useful to somebody. Why put me in the midst of people ordinary sense, ordinary common sense they don't have? It's punishment now. What type of punishment is this? People in broad daylight who cannot reason. Hey, my goodness. You see, 1st of October this year, you see all that nonsense, all that pastries, we are not happy, middle belt, we are not happy. It's simple. To send a clear message to the whole world, every stadium and parade ground will be empty. That is the clearest message you can send that you're not happy. Not all this useless press statement writing. We are not happy. What is happening cannot continue. We are not happy. Rubbish. Show that you are not happy. Afenifere, tell your children not to go anywhere. We are telling our children they're not going anywhere. Middle belt do the same. Then the world will rise up and do something. Because then Trump will ask American ambassador, why didn't they come out to march? What is happening? I thought you said it's the Independence Day. What happened? They will say people are sad. Why are they sad? Now the world can listen. It's pure. It's called common sense. You're not breaking any laws. You are not. I am appealing to our Oduduwa brothers tonight and sisters. Hold your children. Let them not go out on the 1st of October. Then you see what will happen. It's called common sense. Civil. That is why blacks can go to, Africans can go to America. That was what Martin Luther King did. Civil disobedience. Nobody's asking you to carry guns or to go and start fighting anybody. Simple, common, civil disobedience. That is all you need to do, and then you are free. Not saying we don't want. I don't want. What Afenifere said is right. Confab report of 2014. That is where we stand. And some of you don't know the reason why that is a good thing. Go and read it again. You'll understand why it's a good thing. And that is why Fulani don't want it. Only them they don't want it. Why? Ask yourself why they don't want it. They go and they bribe some of you, that they bribed your ancestors to sell your relatives as slaves. The same way we have some useless warrant chiefs. Now you understand it. All we are saying is come 1st of October, let nobody go anywhere. Keep your children at home. Then the world will ask questions. The world won't ask questions if you keep writing press statements. I believe in confab of there is rubbish. They won't do anything. You have to take action. Action. There is theory, there is practical. You know, all these years we've been theorizing since 2012. We've been preaching peace and love, and I still believe in peace and love anyway. And they kept killing us. And we said to them, stop this, you're killing. We are also human beings. They said no. And now if they come to kill us, we kill them. Very simple, very neat, very clean. We are going to die, yes, but you die with us. Now they understand it. And our own madness will be worse than anything they have ever seen before. They don't know the meaning of dragon flag. They have no idea what it means. They have no clue. One day I will tell the world. The Western world understand what it means. The banner in war. When you raise dragon flag, they understand what it means. We have raised ours in Africa for the very first time. And the world will hear about it. Humanity will hear about it. And that day they will ask us, why are you like this? We will say to them, didn't you hear about Amnesty International report about Mpo? What did you do? You know a white man, they love sense. When you heard about National High School Aba massacre, what did you do? Because you did nothing. That was why Fulani came to Emene to kill us. And it cannot happen. Will you allow me to come to your house to kill your children and your wife? The answer is no. Why should I accept Mietiala to come to my village and kill people? And then you'll be looking at me, I'll be looking at you. It's called simultaneous equation, solving two problems at the same time. I will ask you, do you want me to bring Mietiala to rape your wife in front of you, and then you tell me you love Fulani? Mad people everywhere. They think I told them that we are so. Before we came, we were prepared. Let me see who's going to blame us. We have said that we're not going back. Professor Ambassador George Obi also wrote something. My angry reaction today on APC UK platform. This man wrote, and I'm going to read what he wrote because it's very brilliant. I don't know if he wrote it or not. I have no idea, because I understand he's very close to Hope Uzodinma. Anybody who is close to Hope Uzodinma, a Supreme Court governor appointed by the Fulanis to introduce an emirate in Imo State, can never ever be a patriot. I'm reading what they said George Obiozo wrote. I don't know if he's writing it because he wants to contest for Hanese president. And you know how they are. Before they go in, they write all this nonsense. Once they go in, they go and they tie bedsheet on their head, and there'll be no blood or air circulating around their brain. They start behaving like animals. Who knows? But the piece is brilliant, and read it. Most of the diasporans here live in Europe. Can you show me one multi-ethnic state in Europe where one group is positioned to dominate the rest that hasn't broken up? Simple question. You know, you would understand, you would expect anybody who went to school or who's been to school to understand this. But that is, you know, people may be wondering, why is this man always fixated on the brain of a black man? Because that is where the problem lies now. Blacks are useless because our brain doesn't function properly. That is the truth. Anybody who tells you that the brain of black people function properly, the person is deceiving you. Individually, we are brilliant. You may get a doctor, a scientist, another, all well and good. Assemble them together. Just assemble them together. You will see all manner of idiocy begin to emerge. As a group, that we are useless. Only IPOB is defying that very odd. This man wrote brilliantly, as I said. Very, very brilliantly what he wrote himself, and this middle belt professor. I loved it so much that I said I will preach it tonight. It's very, very good. For those who may not know, what you call ethnic groups in Nigeria today are called nations in Europe. Wales, how many people are in Wales? Wales is the population of Imo State. But it has its own parliament, its own assembly, regional, yes. The same region that Fulham doesn't want. The same region that Britain is saying they don't want in the zoo that they created is what they have in the UK. What a bundle of hypocrisy. UK that colonized the zoo, that gave the zoo its name and independence. It is their creation. God did not create Nigeria. Britain did, or Lugard did, one single man. The same system they have in Britain that can help people in the zoo, they are saying no, you cannot have it because you're black, and because Fulani is there. Fulani is our boy. You are claiming that Donald Trump is a racist. There is no greater racism than what British government is doing in the zoo in Nigeria. That is the height of racism in the world. They are laughing at you, playing equality, bringing one black presenter on BBC. You think all is well. Because you're black, you're a nigger, your brains are not functioning, you cannot see what they're doing to you. It's like Fulani telling you, one Nigeria, but they are Catholics in your backyard eating your cassava. What is one Nigeria? Mad people everywhere. Support one Nigeria and you're finished. There are countries in Europe that you're calling tribes, but in Europe they are nations. They are nations. They are, oh, this is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. In fact, I'm going to go into it in greater detail during our question and answer on Friday. I'm telling you, what this man wrote here is exceptional. I know him, Ambassador George Obiozo. I know him. I don't say, and I've not met him before, but I've read about him. And I know maybe he wants to contest to become Ohanese President General. Nyamodo used to write like this before he was made Ohanese PG. And now they kill his children in front of his house and he says nothing. So we have seen all these things before. It's action that will speak louder than words. By action, I mean, let everybody understand this. Our children are not going anywhere on the 1st of October. We are not going anywhere, 1st of October. Never, nowhere, we are not going anywhere. No marching in Biafra land, 1st of October. None whatsoever. Any principal or headmaster or headmistress that wants to try, you want to get money from Fulani because they will come to some of you and give you money, and you want to try your best to please one Nigeria. How they are doing it is not good. It's not how they do it. That day you will show us how to do it. Useless people, Fulani is in your backyard. The more you shout one Nigeria, the more Fulani gets closer to Atlantic Ocean. More one Nigeria from you, the closer they get to the Atlantic Ocean. Some of you cannot see that. Some of you don't know that because you're dumb, you're foolish. But we do, and we are not going to allow Fulani to use your foolishness to conquer our land. We won't let it happen. It's not going to happen. It won't happen. Not now, not tomorrow. Now I want to ask the so-called intellectuals, maybe mad people in the say they're intellectuals. I want to ask you a question. Do you remember there was a time we had the Roman Empire? Where is it today? Gone. We had the British Empire. Where is it today? Gone. France had empire. Where is it today, I ask? Gone. Communism has its own empire in USSR. Where is it today? It's gone. Communist edifices in Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia, and the big brother USSR, they have all collapsed. While Germany was even split into two, communism and capitalism, before they united again. Such is the power of ethnic nationalism. People want to be free. In the future they may come together. But for Britain to connive with Fulani, it's not possible. For Britain to connive with Fulani, Britain is there as a witness, as well as an accomplice to genocide and murder, and they are quiet. The British High Commissioner, that woman is evil beyond evil. Evil woman. That is why any day we catch any van belonging to BBC in our land, we will teach them a lesson. BBC Igbo, check out Kondoshi. You people are agents of neocolonialism. You think you can use your rubbish to enter into our land and divide our people and divide our land with your garbage? Check out Go and reform Igbo Broadcasting Service in England. Yes, Igbo Broadcasting Service, English version of it. Useless people, always begging, always at the bottom, the lowest of the low. Was it not human beings that set up BBC? Can't you set up your own and employ them to work for you? People without shame, no class, no dignity, no decency. You don't have self-pride. Anything a white man gives to you, you accept. You are even grateful for it. And you think in Biafra land, you can push down that useless, garbage, white, supremacist nonsense on us because you're asking, there's BBC in your name? I live with them. I work, I manage them. They came and promised us heaven and earth. Wrote epistles, wrote very brilliantly, got into office and became a Fulani slave. We've seen all this garbage before, and we are not going to fall for that nonsense. We cannot fall for it. We cannot fall for that garbage. We are more than that. Fulani are the ones stealing. They are the one. I have never come across any diplomat say that Fulani people are criminals. But here, Magu is a thief. Amalami is a AG of the is a thief. They are accusing themselves. Nobody has come out to say Fulani people are criminals. Buhari, when he was alive, opened his mouth and said that anybody who is paying subsidy, that was what he said, anybody who is paying subsidy is a fraud, is a criminal. The same idiot, he paid subsidy before he died. All the fools now wearing face rubber mask of his face, they are paying subsidy and eating. Aisha is organizing wedding inside Asorok. All that moral piety garbage is gone. Inside Asorok wedding, inside Asorok. Some of you are food. Honestly speaking, black people, we are useless. We are useless. We are very, very useless, I'm telling you the truth. we are done. Magu probe, I am ready to appear. This is Attorney General of the Federation, is a thief, a kleptomaniac, a robber, onyoshi. These are the fools that prescribed IPOB. This is dangerous because they knew that IPOB will expose them. They know that Radio Biafra will expose all they are doing. So the best thing everywhere. Abubakar Malami, he said he is now going to testify before Justice Ayo Salami led presidential investigation panel into stealing. Britain will say nothing because it's Fulani. They can steal all they like, it's Fulani. Ndoshi, they can steal all they like. Malami was reacting to a letter written by Magu asking them to summon the AG, Attorney General. And the people are there every day going to work. He says, God wants you to, and your useless pastor will be telling you, you're going to heaven. Don't worry what is happening in the zoo. You're going to heaven. But meanwhile, bring your tithe and your offering. You are a fool. You are a fool. Your pastor cannot preach about Malami. What Malami is doing, what Magu is doing, what Fulanis are doing to you, how they are paying themselves a subsidy, how Aisha Buhari flew to Dubai to go and do shopping in the midst of Corona lockdown, no international flight, claiming she has headache. And all of you are idiotically and foolishly moping in this UG black. Oh, God forbid these people. God forbid. She went shopping in the middle of Corona. There was lockdown, no international flight. Other people cannot fly abroad, but she did to go and do shopping for her daughter Hanan to go and do wedding. Are you in a democracy? You are not ashamed of your stupidity. Your stupidity is shaming me. Black people, your stupidity is shaming me. I'm telling you the truth, honestly speaking. There are many more things we have to cover, but I'm going to publish it. This thing that this professor wrote, Zachary Gundu, is amazing. You have to read. You know, we don't read him that much, apart from 2 or 3 lines, but you have to read it. Absolutely amazing. And what Ambassador George Obiozo wrote is absolutely spectacular. Go through it as well. But you know, we read and we don't do anything. You know, black people now, we read, it goes through one, it comes out of the other. And this evening, of course, there are many more things to cover. Many more things to cover. Somebody say, Anglican Bishop, Southeast governors must tackle insecurity now. Remember when the same Southeast governors, they announced regional security before? Ask them, where is it now? No, because of phone calls. The same thing they want to do in IPOB. They look for one useless officer that is corrupt. They call the idiot. You know, we can make you great. Idiot. Idiots. They play with us, don't know who we are. I have an announcement to make, please. There are some special lessons we must learn about freedom fighting. I lead IPOB. When I say something, it stands. Others have tried. I'm not saying that some idiots will not come out tomorrow to try their luck. You know, that's how life is. You know, black people with their ill discipline. There are some criminally minded elements within IPOB. And they think they can flex their muscles. From tonight, I begin to, for example, with them, all of them. I will fish out each and every one of you, and I will dismiss you. I made an announcement the other day, and some idiot felt they can continue to do what they're doing. And this evening, I'm making some announcements. And please listen very, very carefully. Effective this evening with immediate effect. Tari Nemi. Of course, he's an old boy. He's been with us from the beginning. He is no longer the zoo coordinator. He is our new Africa rep from now, this immediately. Mrs. Juliana Harry is the new West African rep, and Subai Goodluck Keme is now the overall zoo coordinator, Niger area national coordinator. I repeat, Tarinemi, and I want the memo issued immediately. Tarinemi is now the new Africa rep. Mrs. Pinaire Juliana Harry is the new West African rep. Subai Goodluck Keme is the new Nigeria national coordinator. effective immediately. That's something we say where we come from. Ungo. It's not the ungo is what you use to the oil bean seed, African salad. Ungo is called. It's made with potash. If you say it doesn't work, just take a drop and put it in your eye. See the way it works. It's nango. Somebody should translate for me in English. It's an ango. Once I issue an order is an order. If you flaunt it, you're gone. You're gone. Once a deity misbehaves, we go to the forest and show it the tree we carved it from. That's how we are as a people. IPOB is a juggernaut. Unstoppable. Tomorrow there may be other idiots tomorrow. They may come up tomorrow. I don't care. As you raise your idiocy, we treat it. Every idiocy will be treated. People may have legitimate grievances. Your grievances may be legitimate, but the way you handle it is what tells us if you are a leadership material or not. Today, Amarachi is the West Africa auditor. There was a time she was suspended from IPOB. Obi that was with us from the beginning, the North America rep, was suspended. I said to him, you cannot speak on air, and he didn't. It didn't stop him from calling me. It didn't stop him. No. In fact, his contributions to IPOB increased. He's our North America rep and a valued member and the senior one for that matter of this movement. That's how we roll. Sometimes we try you to see if you have the temperament or what it takes to lead our people, because we have very formidable enemies. If you mess up, you'll be thrown by the curb, as simple as that. I thank all of you for what I have tonight is too much, but let me leave it for Friday. Friday is around the corner. But be resolute. You will hear news. I warned you. You will hear things. Let me warn you again tonight. The strength of what we are doing, our courage is in our brain. Mental strength. Not physical. Mental. We outlast our enemies. You must understand that. And brace yourselves for things to come. We are in a very turbulent time, but we are going to emerge victorious. I can assure you. The flag has been raised, it won't come down. And every saboteur, both outside and within, will be dealt with accordingly. That I can assure you. Because Biafra is all we have nothing else. We have nothing. Are we better than those who have died? Are we better than them? The answer is no. So when we say Biafra or death, we mean it. What else are we living for? Is it to raise our children in this type of stupid environment in the zoo? Is that what you want? Where black people behave like animals, there is no discipline, there is no application. If you're not disciplined, you cannot be in IPOB. I swear you cannot be. And then you cannot be. The work we are doing is the work that Elohim ordained must be done by this generation. And we cannot fail. I thank you all for listening. To us, Biafra is more than life itself. It is a religion. And here on radio, Biafra is where we worship, because Elohim, the Most High Chukwukika Biama, that I worship 7 times a day, is our God. From me, from here, good evening.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPOB families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran war, in the thickness of the Biafra generation. an army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyomadika yabika kwa namno. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Mwanemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. Just sing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, holy.
We are the children of Biafra. We are unstoppable. We are the children of Biafra. We are undeniable. Can't you see the handwriting of God in the wall? Can't you hear the sound of the marching of our foot? We are going home. They took our brothers and sisters, they put them in jail. Without trial or court case, they are killing our fathers, our mothers every day. They are killing us in number. They want to stop our freedom, but the Elohim say no, that my people must go. Give us our freedom. Give us our freedom. Raise up the people that cheated for their freedom. When you're not with them any good, give us our freedom. And you say we are asking for too much.
This of the indigenous people of Biafra, and by the very special grace of the Most High Elohim, a servant of the wonderful people of Biafra, we are here to restore Biafra, and I can assure you categorically and without mincing any words that Biafra shall be restored in our time, that I can assure you, and far more quickly than any of you could ever imagine. We are live and we are direct, and the whole world is bearing us witness. The time now is exactly 5 minutes past 7 p.m. in the blessed land of Biafra, and I also imagine the same number of minutes past the top of the hour, regardless of where you are, regardless of where you're domiciled. Very quickly I am going to pray, because we have a lot to cover today. I'm going to pray very, very quickly, and then after that we shall then begin to bring you what we have in store for you. And as usual, I'm going to pray in the language of heaven, the same language that the angels surrounding Chukwukika Biama in heaven is ministering to him and praising him with. Chineke na nke pụrụ ihe niile, Chukwukika Biama onye anyị na-efe na isi ala nye n'ọbụ naanị ya na-achị, onye ike niile nọ n'ọbara aka ya, Chineke na nke usu niile nke ndị agha, onye kachasị ihe niile elu. Anyị bụ ụmụ igwe nwere ka anyị na-akpụ isi ala nye naanị ka anyị na-ekpere ekpere n'anya ka anyị na-akpọkụtụte ihe abalị ezi obodo ngozi. Anyị wee na-ajaghị mma wee na-etoghị na-asị na onwegwe onye dịka Chineke nna nke igwe, ma lekwa ụmụ nwoke ndị gọziri agọzi desi n'ụlọ IPOB n'ụwa niile, bụ ndị tụrụ ugo eze ndị eze, bụ ndị dị ezi ka gbasa ozi ọma nke ya sụrụ ngọngọ atụbekwu mmadụ ọbụla onye bụ nna Chineke nna nke pụrụ n'ihe niile, n'ihi na ọ bụ naanị gị na-ekere ihe na-ekere eke mana onweghị onye kere ya. Anyị wee na-ajaghị mma wee na-etoghị na-asị na ọ bụ ọka aka, n'ihi na onweghị onye dịka gị Chineke n'ezi ebube ngozi. Ọ bụ gị onye ihi ala nsọ gị Biafra, onye n'eluigwe, wee gosie ya n'ụzọ pụrụ iche, wee sị na ụmụ ga-esi ebe a wee kulie, ma onweghị mmadụ ọbụla pụrụ ikulu wee tụọ ha aka n'ihu, ma onweghị atụmatụ ọbụla ọbụla dị nke ọchịchịrị nke ndị na-epụrụ guzozi n'ihu wee na-asị na onyinye nke iwe ha nna nke bụ na ọ ga-apụta ihe anyị wee na-ajaghị mma wee na-asị gị na mma mmadụ gị Chineke nna nke igwe n'ihi na agbanyeghị ihe niile nke anyị onwe anyị gabigara wee ruo n'ụbọchị nke taa eziokwu n'iwe pụta ihe ọbụla dị ndị mgbe mbụ bụ ndị na-enupụ isi bụ ndị si n'ụzọ agaghị aga n'ime eziokwu nke gị nwedị ya ka anyị wee gbasara ụwa niile ka ha kwulitere n'ụbọchị nke taa wee na-ekwu na-ekwusi ike na-asị n'ezie n'ezie ma onwe Biafra bụ iwu Chineke na IPOB ya bụ ndị digoro ezi ebe dị ngozi ma ozi niile ka ha na-agbasa na ọ bụ eziokwu anyị wee na-asị na uto niile bụ nke na-anaghị nsọpụrụ niile bụ nke na-anaghị eji ama niile bụ nke na-anaghị anaghị efe arụsị anaghị m akpụ isi ala wee nye arụsị iwe ekwe anyị nkwa ọ bụla echigata azụ n'ebe ị nọ wee fee gị n'ime mmụọ na eziokwu asụghị ngọ na atụghị egwu mmadụ ọbụla n'ihi etu anyị ugo n'elu ugo nna nke ebere dị ngozi na Biafra ga-eguzoriri ọbịara anyị wee na-akpọpụ n'ụbọchị nke taa n'ime abalị ọtụtụ ehihie abalị ụmụ iwe gbasa ụwa niile okirikiri wee na-agwa anyị okwu na-ekwusi ike n'oge ile mgbe niile ọbụla ji alaghachi na-akwụ ya oge ile mgbe ga-akpọkọta ụmụ gị niile n'ụwa niile ezi ebube dị ngozi ka anyị wee kwụ na ọ na-ala nsọ Biafra wee jaa gị ma wee toru gozie aha nsọ gị ma bulie ya elu site n'ebighị ebi ma ruo n'ebighị ebi ise I have just prayed in the language of heaven and we must now proceed very gingerly and very cautiously to the presentation of this very wonderful program this evening. If you do not learn anything from here, admittedly, of course, people have said it over the years that this is the finest university on the face of this very earth. That is why darkness, people who are Luciferians, the followers and the worshippers of Satan will try all they can to stop what we are doing, but they cannot succeed. Not now, not tomorrow, not ever, because we are resolute and we are determined. Because in the end, this very noble family, this IPOB, we always win. There is nothing anybody can do about it. It doesn't matter how jealous you are. It doesn't matter how ravaged you are by envy. It doesn't matter how self-deprecating you may be. It doesn't matter how the amount of self-hate you nurse inside you. This very family has been chosen by the God Almighty in heaven to do his work on the face of this very earth, and that is what we are doing. And this evening heaven will bear us witness, because some people, as I've been saying in the past couple of days, when we started this very effort, some people said, no, why are you doing this? Why are you always preaching? Why are you always on air broadcasting all the time? We said because we are seeking to turn the mindset of black people. We want them to reason like human beings, and I'm glad to say today that people are beginning to wake up, people are rising up now, they are beginning to reason like human beings. At last people have emerged to try to speak the way that we do. This evening I am starting with what I saw, and I want to post it on my page immediately, please. Of course, there are bound to be interruptions. You know what Facebook does. If Facebook removes you or stops you from listening via my page, please make sure you go to IPOB Community Radio. Go there, you'll be able to listen to us loud and very, very clear and direct. Of course, I am going to play something, a summary by a newscaster, or should I say a commentator on Zulu television, and I want this very clip posted on my page as we go through this very evening. I want you to listen very carefully, very attentively. Try to be as understanding as possible. Try to be as discerning as possible, because if you come to listen to us without common sense, if you come to us without all your faculties clicked into gear and intact, you will not be able to appreciate what we are doing. You will not be able to understand the magnitude, or should I say the gravity of this very gospel that we preach on this very platform, this very hallowed platform, this very Radio Biafra. I want you to listen to what I have to play, because what I love to do every time that I come on air to preach is to set what would I say, let me call it a foundational basis upon which we rest our case. I want to let the whole world understand that you have won the argument, and we keep winning the argument. And if you listen very attentively and very carefully this evening, you will know that IPOB has done the job that it was sent to do, because now people are waking up, people are rising up, people are speaking, even those that you never expected will rise up to speak, they are now beginning to do so because we have won the argument. This very noble family, this very IPOB, all over the world today, people know that the zoo is dead, irredeemably dead, and there is nothing anyone can do about it. People can't make that possible, but the instrumentality that was used in accomplishing that is IPOB and this very platform, Radio Biafra. It is something that history cannot take away from us. It is something that nobody can take away from us forever and ever. People will record the demise of the Zoological Republic and they will hinge it on the effort made by this very noble family IPOB through the divine intervention of heaven itself. That history may record that we came and we did what we were supposed to do, and this will collapse instead. Now listen very carefully, please.
Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe once said,
Listen.
when two compatibles meet, they can coexist if only they agree to agree,
Yes.
agree to disagree.
Yes.
But Nigeria, can we ever agree?
Listen very carefully, please.
Ogunye, senior advocate of the masses, recently said, a country does not survive solely because of forced unity. It survives on purpose and fruitfulness.
Yes.
This Nigerian house, he said, is falling. Today, if it is not agitation for Odua Republic, it is movement for the actualization of Biafra, or Arewa threatening to send Igbos packing from the north.
Listen.
About Boko Haram, Fulani headsmen, oil theft and militancy, or the once upon a time OPC. Why has the previous government granted amnesty to militants who didn't ask them for it? The current government sees Biafran agitators as miscreants that must be crushed, while rehabilitating repentant members of Boko Haram. Yet the victims are still crying daily for succor from the same government. If this is not injustice from a motherland, then I wonder how else you would define it. Yet we mouth the unity of Nigeria is not negotiable. Laughing vernacular. Some stakeholders have canvassed for fiscal federalism or return to the 1963 Republican Constitution, while others have argued that we either restructure, discuss our coexistence through a referendum, or go our separate ways. And like my brother and friend Barrister Tio Wibo once asked, are we really afraid of going our separate ways if that will guarantee justice, fairness, equity, peace, and security? I leave you to be the judge of that though. While countries like Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia, and USSR have all separated to foster equality, justice, security, and ethnic nationalism, we are here preaching unity in Nigeria, yet we have no solution to the genocide in southern Kaduna, the illegal but officially condoned arms in the hands of killer headsmen, kidnappers, bandits roaming the country, the technically defeated Boko Haram, the amnesty militant, or the kidnappers. How about the corruption, nepotism, ineptitude, and birthday selfishness and planlessness on the part of the political class, president, governor, lawmakers, and their likes? Make we sit down there and deceive ourselves. Czechoslovakia, which had a population of 16 million people, less than Lagos population, separated into Czech and the Slovakia on the 1st of January 1993. Yugoslavia in 1991 was 23.2 million, barely more than Lagos population. It broke into 6 countries same year, all along ethnic lines, namely Bosnia, Herzegovina, Croatia, Macedonia, Montenegro, Serbia, and Slovenia. In Europe, the UK permitted regional autonomy to the Irish, Scots, and the Welsh, while the English dominated Westminster. Switzerland has 4 ethnic groups. Each of them rotates the presidency annually through 7 cantons that constitute the federation unit. These countries, like every other, might have their problems, but they are stronger and fostering independence today. I would therefore advocate, as posited by Professor Wole Soyinka and Professor George Obiozo and a lot of other scholars, apart from those in government, Nigeria as presently constituted is structurally flawed and badly configured. If not restructured either along regional lines or allowed to discuss their cohabitation to whether agree to agree or agree to disagree, it might give way forcefully without the opportunity of proper tailoring. The North, if properly harnessed, can not only feed the entire West Africa, but can become a new Dubai. The Southwest can enhance our creativity to become another Silicon Valley if they weren't waiting for revenue from a feed bottle center. The Southeast, with accountable leadership and right infrastructure can become the Japan of Africa, while the South can be able to look inward for possibilities that abound around them, then we will indeed understand that united we fall, divided we stand.
Have you heard it? I just want people to listen to that. It's not me. I don't know the name of the young man, but I think his television is Plus TV. He was doing an analysis. He's an anchor. He's a presenter. And he was just trying to give it to the world the way it is. This is something we have been preaching about for very many years. And I'm sure this very young man who made this very excellent summary or synopsis of what is wrong with the zoo, they were one of those who perhaps was against what we were doing. When we started initially, a lot of people rose up out of ignorance. I repeat, out of ignorance, to castigate and to, of course, pour scorn and aspersions on what we were doing. But today, you have seen the work that Radio Biafra has done. You have seen the work that IPOB has done. We have managed to sensitize and enlighten people. No other group of people will take that credit. Of course, credit goes to God Almighty in heaven that made it possible for IPOB to exist in the first place and to use Radio Biafra as an instrument to propagate this very gospel of light, gospel of redemption, gospel of hope, and gospel of freedom. And today, this bug has caught everywhere. People are now rising up to speak in a manner they never ever dared or dreamt of speaking in the past. And that is a testament to what IPOB has been able to accomplish by the grace of God Almighty in heaven, and also the relentlessness of this very platform, Radio Biafra. Today it is very clear. People are waking up and they are speaking up. And that is why this very evening, I go straight to what somebody who previously never wanted to babble into such affairs, what he had to say regarding the state of the Zoological Republic. And more critically, the fruit of the alliance between the East and the West, which some people thought was impossible many years ago, but which, of course, by the grace of God, once again, we have been able to bring to light. And that has shaken the zoo up. What the events of the 1st of October of 2020 will remain indelible in the minds of people for eternity. I'm sure when this very generation will pass on, they will tell that same story to their children, and they in turn will also tell the same story to their own children. When I read that Pastor Adeboye spoke about the possible breakup of the zoo, it is inevitable, not possible. People say possible, it is going to break up. That I can assure you it is going to happen. The same way that we are preaching about this very gospel and people said it's not possible. What are they saying? They are miscreants, they are this and they are that. They called us all manner of names. Those people that ridiculed what we are doing, those that called us all manner of names, they have now repented and they are now speaking in the tone and in the language that we knew that eventually they will come round to speak. What are they saying? Having seen the fruit of the alliance between Biafrans and Oduduwa agitators all over the world on the 1st of October, people who hitherto were a bit reticent, they weren't quite sure what they wanted. They were not quite sure the level, or should I say the amount of seriousness of those of us who are agitating for our own separate republics all over the place. Now that they have become convinced that this is no longer madness, we are no longer miscreants. Nobody can call us miscreants anymore, it's over. Because that same disease of miscreancy, so to speak, has now affected Oduduwa. It is now in the middle belt. Everybody is now a miscreant. That's what it means. Everybody, each and every one of us now is a miscreant. Not minding what Facebook is doing, because I'm watching now the systems we are using to push this message forward. There is no breakage. There is nothing wrong. Anytime you're listening on Facebook and it appears there is a breakage, is because Facebook is reconfiguring to stop people from joining this very program. That is what they're doing. And people cannot turn around and tell me that people that work for Facebook are more headstrong than those like Pastor Adeboye, that in the past they didn't want to hear about the breaking of their zoo. They never wanted to hear about Biafra. They never wanted to hear about agitation for freedom. Never, ever. But now everybody has been converted. And we made it possible. By the grace of God, of course, we made it possible. Anywhere you go to, I want you to rise up with every pride and conviction in you to say that all of these people talking today, including Adeboye, you as IPOB family member made it possible. You are no longer miscreants. After the 1st of October, you are no longer miscreants. People now echo the same sentiment as you have been doing. People now say the same things you have been saying. People now see Nigeria for what it is, a zoological republic. People are now saying it is unworkable. People are now saying let us break it. They are only saying all these things now because IPOB had sacrificed and had died for this very effort. Over the years, we have been relentless. We have said no, that thing we saw, all of you must see it, and now they have seen it. Everybody has seen it. Maybe only Facebook. Once in a while they refresh. Once in a while they refresh my page in order to stop you from listening. As I said earlier, we are also on Radio Biafra. We are, more importantly, IPOB Community Radio. Go and download the app and join us there if they don't want you to join. From 30,000 to 20,000, 20,000 to 10,000, 10,000 now to 6,000 to 7,000, that is what they do. But we are all over the place. You cannot believe it. This very gospel gets to 8.5 million people every 28 days. So they cannot stop it. No matter what they do, no matter how they suppress, no matter how hard, no matter how cleverly they write their algorithm to convey a wrong, a misleading and false impression about our reach. Every blessed day, people are coming on board, people are being convinced, people are becoming part of the solution rather than part of the problem. And today I am glad to say that perhaps Enoch Adeboye is now part of the solution. They have seen what we have seen. Now they can speak. Let me tell you what the news said. Because I have been looking at all the commentary from what I call the Western media. Those of them who say the secessionists, they want to secede. Now that Ududuwa, people who are serious have come out from Ududuwa land to say they want freedom. I'm no longer hearing about secessionists. What I'm hearing now are agitators, people wanting to be free. This is a very good thing. But I wish that each and every time they write about this new revelation about the need to divide Nigeria, that people may go their separate ways, that they acknowledge the work that IPOB and Radio Biafra did. I just wish they could. Because if we keep quiet, other people may steal the glory. You just can't keep quiet. Things don't work that way. So I think that what Enoch Adeboye should have done is to acknowledge the work that Biafrans have been doing over the years, to highlight this very issue that is now touching upon. And what is that? Let us try and read for the world to understand, bearing in mind what the summary from the commentator that I played earlier. People are afraid for no reason. People are terrified and scared of Fulani Janjaweed for no reason. And something came to light today which I found very, very shocking. I watched Osita Chidoka's presentation. I think it's called The Platform, Zoo at 60. They call it Nigeria at 60. And now he said something that was quite interesting. He said that all the big parastatals and ministries you have in the zoo called Nigeria, the people who are working there are children of permanent secretaries and all the people that you call the so-called elite in the zoo. No wonder they don't want Nigeria to break. They don't want Nigeria to fail, for the simple reason that after them, their children will inherit the same corrupt society that they are now presiding over. That is what they talk about one Nigeria, not because they love it, but because they themselves are beneficiaries, their children are benefiting, and all of you are suffering. And I wonder why all of you who are suffering, why you should remain quiet all the time and you continue to suffer. It is just unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. I do hope and pray that we have now turned the tide. The General Overseer of the Union Christian Church of God, Pastor Enoch Adeboye, has advised the Zoological Republic, the Janjaweed government, of the mask-wearing Yusuf Mohammed. I told you that Al-Sudani was gone. I told you that Jubril was gone, a new person was there. And I'm very, very sorry to say that even Abubakar Shekau knows the person who is there. Abubakar Shekau knows the boyfriend of Aisha Buhari, that his name is actually Yusuf Mohammed. Very, very interesting, isn't it? You know, when I heard this thing, I was in a state of shock. I knew, that was why I called. That is to tell you that I never ever, by the grace of God Almighty in heaven, I never ever make mistake in my life. I never do when it comes to Biafra restoration. I told you before, the boy that was there before was Jubril al-Sudani. As soon as he left, as soon as he ran to Cuba and refused to come back, I knew they put somebody else there. They were waiting for me to say it is Jubril al-Sudani, and I said no, it is not. This one is Aisha's boyfriend. Funny enough, I never knew that Shekau knows the name of the boy. And on the 1st of October, of a few days ago, Shekau actually mentioned the boy's name. That the boy's name is Yusuf Muhammad. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. So even Boko Haram that they created knows the person who is wearing the mask. But he referred, Pastor Adaboye said, is the federal government of Nigeria. Is to give Nigeria a lasting solution to secession agitations and its economic challenges by restructuring the country. For the very first time, they have now acknowledged the impact of the secessionist moves being made. We are agitating for freedom. We are not seceding. I know that black people, they have difficulties absorbing information. Biafra is old, over 5,000 years old. Whoever is talking about Biafra seceding from Nigeria, you are drunk or you are not well. But I can understand that the word secession has taken over the understanding, or should I say has eaten deep into the subconscious of people, or to their subconsciousness. And for that very reason, they find themselves resorting to using the word secession all the time rather than just saying it for what it is, agitation for freedom, that people want to be free. Enoch Adebele is now saying, considering what happened on the 1st, is advising the federal government to find a lasting solution to our agitation. I never knew it would come to this, but it has come to it, which means that everybody now understands the potency of what we are doing. Everybody now understands the potency, the seriousness, the determination, and the resoluteness of this very noble family of IPOB worldwide, and what we represent before our people. I will continue. Adeboye said the restructuring of the country must be done as soon as possible to forestall a breakup of the various socio-ethnic components that make up Nigeria. The 78-year-old cleric stated this on Saturday at a 60th Independence Day celebration symposium co-organized by the Redeemed Christian Church of God and the Nehemiah Leadership Institute. At the symposium with the theme, Where Will Nigeria Be in 2060? Of course, there will be no Nigeria. Monitored by a Zoo newspaper, Adeboye proposed the adoption of a merger of the British style of government and American system of government to pave the way for Nigeria's future. The former lecturer at the Department of Mathematics of the University of Lagos said, why can't we have a system of government that is 100% Nigerian? I don't know what he means by 100% Nigerian, because I don't know what is Nigerian. Are you talking about the political system, the monarchical system of the Yoruba? Are you talking about the feudal system of the Fulani? Are you talking about the republican, nature of we Biafrans? What is that Nigerian system that is so unique, that a blend of the British parliamentary system and the US presidential system can give us? This is the difficulties that I always have with people. When people want to make a point, a philosophical, because it's about philosophy, ideology, about the evolution of a society, when you want to talk about the evolution of a society, when you're proposing for the adoption of a political system that you think might suit your needs or your purposes, you must look inwards. Looking inwards doesn't mean going to Britain or going to USA. You ask yourself a simple question, and that is the starting point. There are ethnic groups that were nations before the white man came. That very system that they were running worked for them. And this is something that I want Pastor Adeboye to acknowledge this very evening. Of course, I commend him for having said the things that he said. But what is very, very critical is that if you want to create something that is uniquely Nigerian, if I can borrow your words, uniquely Nigerian, that thing must recognize the Yoruba monarchical system, where you have the Oba, the Ooni, the largest, you have monarchy. In the north, what they have is a feudal system. where one Fulani person is maybe the emir doing Rankadede and other people are impoverished, the Hausa people are very poor begging on the streets. That is their own political system. Where I come from, nobody is a king. Where I come from, we are Republicans by nature. Now, what Pastor Adebele should be saying is the fusion, the marriage of all these three different socio-political systems into one. I repeat, it is not about going to Britain to borrow, because you don't have the discipline to implement a parliamentary system of government. You also lack the discipline to implement a US presidential style of governance. What you need to do, if at all you want to create something that is uniquely Nigerian, if I can borrow his words, you must look at replicating or adopting some elements or aspects of Yoruba monarchical system, where you have the Oni of Ife or Alafin of Oyo, a kind of a monarchy. Benin has a very strong monarchy as well, the Oba of Benin. In the north, you have a feudal system. You have feudal lords and their vassal states all the way to Nupe, subservient to Sokoto Caliphate. Where I come from in Biafra land, we are Republicans. The reason why I'm dwelling on this is that I want Pastor Adebele to understand that what he's proposing is unworkable. It is unworkable. Because the British one that you're seeking to import was the one that they adopted upon independence, and it failed, and failed very woefully. Is that not correct? Now, Second Republic was Shagari's regime. Shagari came in. They adopted the US-style presidential system of government, where they vested power in only one man. It crumbled, led to a lot of corruption. They are back to that same nonsense, or they went back to it in the year 1999 with Obasanjo. It is the same mess that people are in now. Now he is proposing, he is saying that to have something that is truly uniquely Nigerian, you need to marry the British parliamentary system and the US presidential system. And I'm asking, how do you marry the two? How is it possible for you to marry the two? Are both of them, I ask, are both of them African by nature? In what way is what is obtainable in England? How can you justify, how can you transplant that and impose it on people who are not disciplined, people who are not educated, people who are not refined, people who are ethnically bigoted, so to speak, people who are tribalistic in all their outlook, people who are nepotistic? How is that possible, I'm asking you? If you want to create something that is uniquely African, or let me say uniquely Nigerian, that thing must take into account the monarchy of the Yoruba race, the feudal lords of the Fulani-controlled Arewa North, and of course the republicanism of Biafrans. Now, what I want Adebele to understand, and everybody who is listening to understand very carefully, is that nowhere in the history of the whole world has any society on this earth been able to marry these three unique systems into one. It is not possible. I repeat, you cannot have a feudal system in the north, a monarchical system in the west, and a republican system in the east, and you fuse three of them to become one. It is not possible. Now let me also make people understand, or bring to their attention on knowledge, the anomaly, what I call the anomaly of the reference to Nigeria as a republican state, or as a republic. Nigeria is not a republic. Hanka has never been, not from day one. Because in a republic, for those of them hampering or clamoring, or should I say, this nostalgia for the US, presidential style of or system of government. Let me make this very clear. This is a very sensitive lecture this evening that I want people to understand and listen to very, very carefully, please. America is a republican. Some of you don't know the meaning of a republic. A republic means that all men are created equal and born equal, and all are equal before the law of man. The canon laws that you make. That's the meaning of it. All of you are equal. Now, Nigeria cannot be a republic and you have a Sultan of Sokoto. That's the traditional ruler. It cannot be a republic. Even my late father cannot, in a republic, there should be, my father's stool should not be there. In a republic, you don't have the Oni of Ife. You don't have the Alafin of Oyo. No, of course not. It is not a republic. You don't have royalty. In a republic, it is an anomaly. That is why Britain, when they look at you, they laugh at you, they know you know nothing. They say these are black people, their brains are empty. Why? Because in a republic, there is no royal highness. I don't know if I'm making any sense to people. That is why all the people that call themselves intellectuals in the zoo, those that call themselves the elite, those that say that they went to school, that they're professors, when I say the things I say, they say I insult them. I'm not insulting you, but I just want you to understand that you are not intelligent enough to understand even what you want or what you need. Our dear pastor Adeboye is saying that he wants a marriage of Britain and USA, and if you marry these two together, you may get something uniquely Nigerian. I don't know where he's coming from, and I don't know if in the fusion of these two systems that he's talking about, if that is taking into account the feudal mindset of the Fulani North. They run a feudal state. They run a feudal state. If you don't know the meaning of feudalism, go and look it up in the dictionary. And please, can somebody check the definition of feudalism and put it on my page, please, that the world can see. In fact, put feudalism, you put monarchy and monarchical system, that is what I mean. In fact, what obtains in the West, in Oduduwa at the moment, is not even absolute monarchy, so to speak. I think let us say it is something that maybe you had in Italy during the medieval period, where you had the Medicis, you have all these families and all over the place, controlling city-states. But they are crowned heads. Do you understand? In the north, you have a feudal system, and then in the east, you have republicanism. How can you merge those three together? If you ask me to go to the north and bow down before the Sultan of Sokoto, if you present me in front of the Sultan of Sokoto and I shake his hand, everybody will complain he lacks respect. But that is the way the people are. That is how we are. We are Republicans. We believe that all men were created equal. But some people believe that not all men are created equal. And you have those people in a place called the Republic. How can you say Republic, the Federal Republic of Nigeria, when in that Federal Republic of Nigeria you have royal fathers? I don't understand it. These are the anomalies that I want the lives of Pastor Adeboye to be able to have in mind, to understand that Nigeria is unworkable. Nigeria can never be together, because these systems, nobody, unless you go to war to conquer and to subdue people, nobody in the history of mankind has been able to reconcile three different systems into one. It's not done anywhere. Britain managed to do it, and they did it with conquest. Britain colonized and managed to use conquest, that colonial conquest that they accomplished, to forcibly fuse three different systems together into one. Now you understand it. So when our dear pastor is talking about something that is 100% Nigerian, that thing cannot be British, and it cannot be American either. And as I'm saying this, this is the very first time I'm actually observing what Facebook is doing. Sometimes I look at now I can see. Every time it refreshes, every time Facebook will refresh it, and if they refresh it, they press down the numbers. If they refresh it, they press down the numbers. I have never seen this before. This is the only time I'm actually watching this very broadcast like any other person is doing on one of the monitors that we have here in front of us. That is what they do. It got to 7,000, they refresh it, it went back to 6 point, and that is what they're doing. But does that bother us? Of course it doesn't bother us. We continue to preach our gospel as we have been mandated to do. Therefore, Pastor Adeboye said, can't we have a combination of both to see whether it could help us? He is not sure. He's saying another experiment to see whether it will help us. And we are saying, dear pastor, it is not going to help us because Britain is not Africa. It is not going to help us because the United States of America is not Africa. If you're planning to create something that is uniquely African, you go back to the way you were before the white man came. That should be the basic starting point of everything. This is what I call Of course, he has the best of intentions. He is trying to stop the agitation from overwhelming everybody. And I can assure all these pastors that when we go our separate ways, Oduduwa on their own and Biafra on their own, people will still come to your churches. Please don't panic. Don't think because of this agitation that once Biafra is on its own, you won't have Biafrans going to your church and paying tithe and sowing seed and all the rest of it. They will still be doing it because we are black people. That is how we are wired. That is how our brain is. We are predisposed to superstition. As long as we have people who are superstitious, don't worry, sir. You will get your tithe, you will get your seed, you will get your everything you need, your offering, you will be getting it. Don't worry about it. But we are going our separate ways. We must go our separate ways. Then should we sit down and have the need to be one people together, then people can sit down and negotiate terms of a union. They can now join a union. For anybody to try to sustain this charade that the white man built, you are causing more harm than good. That is something you must understand. People should not panic and look at their own parochial interest or think, oh, I'm going to lose out, as most of them are now doing. Oh, if I lose out, my children can no longer be leaders of Nigeria and rule people the way that I ruled them. That is what some of them are saying. They want Nigeria to be sustained, that their fraud may continue, and we're saying no to that. It is not possible. Absolutely impossible. So I want our dear Pastor Deboye to please try and go back and advise this zoological republic, the Fulani Janjaweed government in Abuja, to let them understand one clear, simple fact. Nigeria is unsalvageable. British parliamentary system is un-African. US system, presidential system is un-African. When America wanted to build a society, they never copied France, they didn't copy the UK, they didn't copy anybody. They went to build something very, very unique to their taste. The same thing we should be doing. And if you go to look for those things that are very unique to us, you will come to see that the way the political system is structured in Yoruba land before the coming of the white man is not how it is in Biafra land. They are two different, diametrically different systems. We are Republicans, and we want people to keep any system that they prefer. As the first commentator did this very evening, the guy who quite brilliantly summarized what is happening. What are you afraid of? Yugoslavia divided. Soviet Union that had nuclear weapons everywhere. There were nuclear weapons scattered across the entire Soviet Union. They broke up and nothing happened. Why are you afraid, I ask? All of you who are afraid, what are you benefiting from Nigeria? What is it that you're getting from Nigeria that will make you to insist, even living under falsehood? You call Nigeria a republic, but you have people you call your Royal Highness. In England, where you have your Royal Highness, all of them are Royal Highnesses, and from the Queen down to every member of the Royal family, they are Royal Highnesses. Do you hear about the Republic of Britain? I'm asking you. Any country in this world, you see Saudi Arabia is governed by a royal family. Do you hear about Republic of Saudi Arabia? It is not a republic, it is the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. In Bahrain it is the same thing. In UAE it is the same thing. They are not called republic. Any country in this world that has the name or prefix republic before their name, you don't have any royal highnesses. Now ask yourself, where did you get this anomaly from? It is because people are not educated. Because people are not schooled enough. People are not disciplined enough to understand what they want and to come out openly to say we want it. The only people that can answer His Royal Highness are people who are not republics. Do you understand it? Mexico is a republic. Do they have their Royal Highnesses in Mexico? The answer is no. Canada is Canada is not a republic because the Queen is the head of state of Canada, so they are not still a republic, but they have all the attributes that republics have. Do they have kings? Do they have His Royal Highness? People that dress like the Mayor of London, empty, vacuous criminals everywhere, answering to their Royal Highnesses. It doesn't happen there. Anywhere you have the word republic, they don't have kings. They don't have Eze. Not even as in Sabongari in Kano. No. Why are you answering a republic if you're not a republic? Somebody should please answer me. These are the things that people don't know about black people. I go back to black people because that is the problem. Everything is half-baked. They don't understand the mess they are in. Everything is management, half-baked. When I was very small, my cousin in Aba in those days taught me something. And all those adages and proverbs, and she taught me. I was very, very small. Like I won't forget. I think I was about 5 years old or thereabout. And one day we were lying down, we were outside in the evening, and she said, I will never forget. And she said, she was teaching me idioms and proverbs and all the rest of it. And she said, half education is dangerous. I never knew what it meant. She was reading from a book and I was memorizing. As she was saying it, I was memorizing them. Half education is dangerous and all the rest of them. I was, cramming all these things. And it wasn't until I became an adult that I knew what half education is dangerous actually means. These Facebook people are very funny, From 7.1, it refreshed and it's gone to 6.8. Unbelievable. I never knew this was what they were doing. I never knew. It's only now, for the very first time, that I'm saying it. I will allow them, of course, to distract us. We are continuing. God in heaven. It's gone down to 6.5. Unbelievable. Facebook of this zoological republic. We must continue. Half education is dangerous. People in Africa are half educated. Only half-educated people will call their so-called nation a republic. When within that republic you have His Royal Highness, Her Royal Highness, their eminence in a republic. How is that possible, I ask? Because even those of them they call their founding fathers or their crowning fathers, they don't know the meaning of the word republic. They have no idea what it means. So when the world is looking at it, please bring your president, bring that mask wearer, bring him up, let him speak. They are looking at it. They say, but I thought they said they are a republic. Live video interrupted. They've gone to 6.1. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Facebook. God in heaven. These guys are something else. These people are something else, I'm telling you. Something else. Just removing people like that. They have just in a stroke removed 15,000 people from watching this. It is unbelievable. No wonder black people are evil. When they say black people are bad, you should think of those who are working for Facebook in Lagos, how horrible they are, how awful these people truly are. Now, let me tell you something that people don't understand. Anybody who lives or who took part, participated, or was part of the so-called constitution that gave birth to the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Nigeria is not a republic, because nowhere on this earth do you have His Royal Highness as part of a republic. And I will go from one acclaimed man of God to another man of God as well, a man that I respect immensely, Archbishop Kuka, or should I be Bishop Kuka of Sokoto Diocese. He wrote, I think it was an audio which was captured by a Zulu newspaper. Kuka to Buhari, that is the mask wearer. Kuka to Buhari, Nigeria literally pool of blood. We set the clock before it's too late. The same thing that Adebo is saying that they're telling him. And I wonder why is it that in the zoo people have this attitude of always begging for something? Please amend the constitution. Oh, please can you build road for us? Oh, please can you pay our bursaries? Please can you pay our salary? Please can you pay our pension? Everything is please. And we are begging you. I'm talking to you. Why is that the case? You are in a republic where power belongs to the people. You don't need to actually beg anybody. If you understand the meaning of republic, you don't need to beg anybody. You need to demand for the things that you want. That's the meaning of republic. If you don't know. It means power belongs to the people. Now I am asking, why all this culture of begging? You're always begging. Adebayo was begging the so-called Buhari, who is Aisha's boyfriend, Yusuf Muhammad. Everybody is begging everybody. Why do you need to beg him? Why do you need to beg Fulani Janjaweed in Asorok? Why are people foolish in Africa? I don't understand it. Why are you begging them? You can force them to do something. The same way we have compelled them to do something is how all of you must key in or tune into what we are doing to force them, because the power actually belongs to you, if at all you know the meaning of the word republic. If at all you know the meaning of it, because most people don't know the meaning of it, and we are here to let you understand what it means. Now listen, the Catholic Bishop of Sokoto Diocese, Matthew Hassan Koka, has advised Muhammad brothers Yusuf Muhammad, that's the boy's name. Aisha Buhari's boyfriend is Yusuf Muhammad, that's his name. I told you before, that is the boy's name, Yusuf Muhammad. Has advised President Muhammad Buhari to look inwards into Nigeria's problem and find a lasting solution to it. But there is no Buhari. I want to let Bishop Koka to know this, and I want everybody to understand this. If you're in doubt, go to my page. Somebody, it's not my video, I didn't compile it, I've forgotten the name of the person who actually did it. I need to give him credit for it. I posted a video earlier today that Facebook, in their infinite wisdom, tried to suppress as much as possible. Of course they failed, as they will always fail. In that very video, you can see the old dead Buhari, you can see the new one. And to make matters worse, the idiot was wearing a mask, or in fact he pulled it down and he was talking, and you can see his the floppy ear, how it was bent. There is nowhere on this earth, there is no other human being on this earth wearing a face mask with the more ear. The ear kanda, you know, kanda that we eat that has no, it doesn't have any nutritional value. You know, kanda doesn't have any value. In fact, it will give you cancer, because they tend to prepare it with car tire, isn't it? They burn rubber. You know, kanda. Somebody, I don't know what is pomo in English or kanda. Somebody should please tell our white friends what kanda or pomo means. I don't know what it means. Somebody should tell them in English language what it means. If you look at the ear of the man, I am talking to Hassan Koka, I'm talking to Bishop Koka, please go to my page. You will see the ear of the man. Look at, he took a picture with Jonathan where they were deceiving themselves. Look at his ear, look at his ear, because Jonathan asked them, why do you bring this man to me? Of course they will be shocked how I know this. They said, oh, he's very sick. You know, we need to put up a front. You know, everywhere in the whole world, people have body doubles. And Buhari is very sick. So once in a while, we'll bring out this one to come and greet people. Oh, do you want him to come out and the nation will be disgraced? That was the reason why they are saying, now they are meeting, now saying they can bring Jonathan back. Do you understand? Because Jonathan has seen that Aisha's boyfriend, Yusuf Muhammad, is not Buhari. You can see his ear. Now ask yourself, how come Jonathan, his ear is not bent? How come Jonathan, they are wearing the same face mask, but Jonathan's ear is standing up, but the ear of this impostor, because it's silicone ear, it is artificial ear, you can see it bending down. Why do people insist on referring to Yusuf Muhammad, Aisha Buhari's boyfriend, as Buhari? I don't understand this, and this is a man of God. Bishop Koka is a man of God, a man that I respect immensely. I'm asking him, are you telling me that the God you worship, the Jesus Christ that you kneel down to call upon every day, the same Jesus Christ that went to the temple and drove away money changers, the same Jesus that preached the truth, you claim you're following Jesus Christ and you're referring to that thing in Asorok as Buhari? That's a man of God. You claim you're a man of God. You people call yours, in fact, including Pastor Deboye, you people claim you worship God Almighty, the God of Israel, a God of valor, a God of truth, a God that doesn't condone liars and lies. And you come out and you say that that thing with the ear that is bent, the ear, the more ear is Buhari. I challenge both Adeboye and Bishop Koka. I challenge any of them to stand up with the Holy Bible and say that that man in Asorok is Buhari. I challenge them. I challenge anybody. I challenge any imam. Not the idiot now got somebody like an imbecile. I challenge anybody to pick up the proper Quran and to swear and to say that the man in Asorok. I want an imam to do that, to say this man in Asorok is Buhari. I want any preacher of any persuasion to stand up with the Holy Bible before his or her congregation to say that the man in Asorok is Buhari. His name is Yusuf Mohammed. He is Asha Buhari's boyfriend. You can see his ear. Unless you're blind, or unless you're blind and you're stupid and you're hopeless and you're a baboon, you're a monkey, you are an idiot. Only then can you look at a man with the ear that is floppy like Omo and you say that that person is Buhari. You must be insane. You are a mad person. I challenge any of them, any of their preachers, pick up the Holy Bible and say that the man in Asorok is Buhari. Why am I saying this? Because all of you know where the solution lies. Everybody is suffering, everybody is in pain. There is problem everywhere, insecurity, death, mayhem everywhere. I ask you, all of you, you know the solution to the problem. It's very, very simple. Rather than beg, oh please, can you restructure the constitution? Can you restructure the flag? Can you restructure Abuja to make it look like Kafanchan? Can you restructure Kafanchan to make it look like Akure? All these idiotic debates that people are having, all of you are wasting your time. You are behaving as if you don't have any brain. That is a very simple solution. Simple solution is, if they are serious, if these pastors are serious, all you need to do is to say to Asorok, if you don't restructure, or I wouldn't call it restructuring, if you don't start the process of setting the people free within 4 months, we will come out and announce that the man who is there is Aisha's boyfriend and not Buhari. We will challenge you to come out and to prove that that man is Buhari. Believe you me, 48 hours everything will change. 48 hours is also, I said 48 hours, everything will change. If these pastors can be truthful to the word of God, to the Bible that they're holding, if the imams can be truthful to the Quran that they're handling, if people can stop being afraid and come out and say the truth and to say, if you don't restructure, those who claim they want restructuring, if you don't do what we're asking you to do, we the people, if you don't do it, we will ask you to bring this man in the public to address us live, to tell us he's Buhari. Believe you me, within 48 hours, all this Boko Haram will stop. Janja, all these Fulani bandits, they will all go silent. But what worries me is that all of these people, including the pastors, including the imams, they know the truth, but they don't want to go for the jugular because they are benefiting something from Nigeria. They must be getting something from Nigeria because there is a nuclear option. Since the Fulanis don't want to reason, since they don't want to listen, there is a nuclear option. The nuclear option is, if you don't do what we are asking you to do, we will question the identity of whoever is in Asorok that you're claiming is Buhari. We will question his identity in public. And believe you me, every 48 hours, the doctrine of necessity will set in and they will set in motion everything to make the lives of the people better. It's as simple as that. Something they can do. So that every day we are begging. I want the president to please look at the suffering of the people. Who told you that power will concede without pressure? Power in the whole world never can concede without pressure. You must put pressure. What pressure do you have? When you come out on the streets to protest, they will kill you. When you criticize them too much, DSS will come and arrest you. Yes, all the pastors, you're not going to break the law. All you need to do is to send a very subtle message, a very subliminal message to say, if you don't start the process of making things right within 4 weeks, I will cast doubt on the genuine identity of the man in Asorok. Believe you me, if people, heavyweight pastors like Emopai and Okonkwo and Adeboye and Koka and Obinna and Chupuma and let's say the likes of Fadede, if these people can come out And very simply, you don't have to do much. There is no need for protest revolution now, revolution yesterday or 2 days ago. You don't need to protest on the street. You don't need to do anything. All these people, even including newspaper editors, if that is to tell you that people are benefiting. It's just like Buhari's certificate saga. Some lawyers took them to court, and when they got to court, they gave them money and they would do the case. People are benefiting because you cannot tell me that you have the silver bullet to cure all the problems of the zoo. You see, our God is a miraculous God. God gave Nigerians a cure for their problem. But being black people, this case of Buhari, dead Buhari and all these impostors was what convinced me beyond every reasonable doubt that black people are not intelligent enough to be called human beings. I'm being honest with you before God and man. We are not intelligent enough to be called. Now God gave you a solution. Forget all the nonsense, forget everything you say in the pulpit is irrelevant. God gave you, because they said God cannot give you a problem without a solution. If God gave you the problem, which is Buhari, God has also given you a solution. The solution is the impostor in Asorok, Yusuf Muhammad. Very simple. What's it going to cost you? Nothing. I want people to rise up tomorrow and to say to Asorok, if you don't restructure those who want restructuring, we are going for our freedom outright. If you, those of you in the mainstream who are afraid of the truth that you want to restructure, say to them, let the likes of Ohaneze, Pandev, and Mafeni Fere rise up and say, if you do not give us restructuring within 4 weeks, if they are afraid, they can go on exile to do it, if they are afraid. So within 4 weeks, don't give it to us. We will publicly call into question the identity of the man you claim is Buhari, the one with the Bama ear. I'm telling you, 48 hours, you will hear National Assembly will sit an emergency to do everything that you want. It's simple common sense. But you cannot do it in this year. 2 minutes past 8 p.m. in the land of Biafra, and 2 minutes past the top of the hour wherever you are. We brought you people here where you are now. IPOB, Radio Biafra brought you where you are now. This level of consciousness now that people have all over the place, people can now understand they have a problem. Every blessed day, I am saying to Coca, instead of begging, before it is too late, Adebayo is begging, please try and change. Simple, don't beg, you don't have to beg, because power belongs to the people you sister and all that rubbish, and they are killing people. They are in Okozo killing people. They are everywhere killing because they know you will do nothing. They know you will do anything because their apologies are everywhere. If you try to rise up to do what is right, you will see only is the integrity of Nigeria. You are affecting the integrity of Nigeria to affect our integrity in our pocket. That is all they are concerned about. Tell me how many times, I ask everybody now, tell me how many times SARS have gone to Kano, to Katsina, to Sokoto, to Maiduguri to kill people. How many times they said our community radio has stopped? They say it has stopped. I don't know, everything is fine here. Everything is fine, it's streaming okay. Please make sure that you have enough data, please. I'm getting information. People said I need confirmation, please. It is working, I can see it here. Our systems are go. Not when your credit run out, you say you're not getting IPOB community radio. Please go and reboot your phone. Go and reboot your phone, please. Go and reboot it. Very, very important, please. Go and reboot your phone, please. It's working. No, don't mind what Facebook. I've been seeing what Facebook has been doing. After a while, they refresh. To keep pushing the numbers down because a lot of people are joining us. And that's what they're supposed to do. That is what they're doing because they're working for the zoo. We are live and we are direct. And I want to ask you once again, can you name one person shot dead by SARS in Sokoto? Name one person shot dead by SARS in Kebbi State. Name one person that was shot dead by SARS in Yobe State. Name one student, a bright student that was killed by SARS in Katsina. Can you name somebody killed by SARS in Kano State? That tells you all you need to know. But you see, our people in the south are very foolish. Very, very foolish. You know, they love all this political correctness, all this garbage, all this nonsense, one Nigeria this, one Nigeria that, as if they are fools. The person you're doing one Nigeria with is colonizing you, conquering you, raping your mothers, abducting your daughters, ethnically cleansing you every blessed day. And you're joining him to shout word Nigeria because you're foolish. And I keep asking, tell me where SARS has killed anybody in the north. But SARS is an instrument of destruction to kill young people in the south. Yet some of you don't know this. All the evidence are there. It is glaring. It is glaring. It is there for all to see. But you can't comprehend it. The video is very, very harrowing. SARS only operates in the south. And this is a place where you want people to remain in one country, where you want to amend, where you want to fix. And I want to ask all of you saying, let's fix Nigeria. What do you stand to gain from it? A country where the army is busy in the south killing innocent people, the police are busy killing innocent people, they formed a special unit, SARS killing people. Have you not heard that ordinary civil defense was also killing people? Why don't you people reason? These UG black people. What is wrong with you? Why can't you reason very well? I keep asking you, why is it if SARS is federal anti-robbery squad, why are you telling me there is no robbery? Isn't SARS needed in the north where there are kidnappers, Fulani bandits kidnapping people all over every day, Mueti Allah terrorists everywhere? Why are they in the south? Because people don't reason very well. Fulani have planned, they are advanced, they planned this thing for very many years and they are funding it very, very well. They have weaponized every instrument of state and designed it to deliver one singular agenda, which is Fulani domination, Fulani conquest. The sooner some of you idiotically remember this, the better for all of you. These are the things you need to know. You must know these things. Anybody praying for one Nigeria, hoping that Nigeria will be better, that person is benefiting from Nigeria. If not them, then their children are benefiting from Nigeria. That is why SARS will be down in the south where you claim you have professors and intellectuals, and nobody has been able to ask, how come SARS are not killing people in the north? How come there are bandits roaming all over the place in the north? No one is killing them. The SARS is in the south killing innocent people, going through their phones. Is it your business? There is no privacy. Which law gave them the right to go through somebody's phone? To determine the way you dress, that the way you cut your hair looks like you are a member of a cult. What sort of nonsense is that? These are the things that Fulani brings to the table. They are primitive, they are very crude, they are not refined. Some of you fail to reason. Some of you are playing one Nigeria, you want to be a good Nigerian and de-tribalized. As foolish as that sounds. Whereas the people you're de-tribalizing for, they are tribalizing you. Fulani is all over the place. All the people are in positions of power. They remove your people, they put their own people in. You cannot see it because you're blind, you're foolish, you're hopeless. You're a zoo animal in a British zoo. That is why you cannot reason. To the point whereby they brought in Aisha's boyfriend Yusuf Muhammad in power with mask in which you can see the ear. It's not as if you cannot see the ear that is bent, the more ear, you can see it very clearly. But somehow your foolishness and your stupidity will not allow you to reason properly. That is what makes you an animal. That is why I speak to you the way I do. Because you're not sensible, you're not reasonable. What baffles me is the lies. The way they lie. As one idiot that looks like Oshomole. One idiot that looks like Oshomole was talking rubbish that I plan to kill one almost dead walrus that cannot breathe properly. Like an idiot. The way they lie. The thing about Nigeria is lies. A Nigerian is an accomplished liar. A liar. They know how to fabricate. They know how to lie. Everything I say is verifiable. That is the reason why this day everybody, the sensitization, the level of consciousness now attained in that, not just in the zoo across West Africa, is down to Radio Biafra. Because people listen to what we say, they go and do their research, they find out it is the truth. Let me tell you about the zoo. people are killing. This idiot is Festus Keyamo. He used to be a civil rights campaigner. If those that know him very well. Despite the existence of this video of where SARS was, and I want Festus Keyamo to be tagged to this very video, despite the overwhelming evidence of SARS killing somebody in cold blood, dragging them on the floor and shooting them. Do you know what they said? This is what leads me to believe. Sometimes when I say it with every alacrity, as they will say in those days, and conviction. Black people are mentally deranged. This Yogi, you see, black people, they are not well mentally, they cannot reason. Do you know that people, after seeing this video of what SARS did, one idiot called Festus Keyamo, who says he's a minister of state, that is to say, I want to now bring to you the depth of the wickedness and evil in a black person. Why I believe very strongly that Lucifer could be a black man, as they've been painting him to be, and I'll tell you why. This man is a senior advocate. He is supposed to be a man of law. He knows the law. He used to be a human rights campaigner. But because of what he's getting, because of the money he's getting from the government, and because the family is having fun, after seeing this video that is now on my page, I believe, do you know what he said? The victim that was shot in the head, we saw it being shot in the head, is alive. He was not shot, but he fell out of police vehicle. Festus Keyamo, according to Vanguard newspaper. I want the world to understand that this type of thing can only happen in a black country, and I want the world to know that when they say that black people are evil, this is the personification of evil. When people lie, there is a way you lie. Believe you me, you know that that person must have descended from the line of Lucifer. This is a type of lie that should end somebody hanging. I'm telling you, this person should be tried and hanged for telling lies. The video is there. You can see the man being shot in the head. Somebody who claims he's a minister came out and issued a statement. This idiot's name is Festus Keyamo, Minister of State, Labor and Employment. He claimed that the incident being seen, that we can see with our two eyes, two naked eyes, we can see the video. He is now saying that the man fell from the back of a police van. In this video or in another one? I am telling you, I know that black people are evil, but this level, this depth of wickedness and telling lies is unprecedented. Keyamo, he said, he contacted the victim's brother and the State Commissioner of Police to confirm the incident, emphatically opined that those officers involved in the incident are not SARS. Because this man is eating money in Abuja. He's highly paid. He's now part of the establishment. He used to be like Shomole, the ugly monkey. He used to be like him. But do you see how they change black people? A few coins, like those that claim they are freedom fighters. Today they are hoteliers. Today they are renting hostels to students. Today they are building universities all over the place around Africa. But they are freedom fighters. And after seeing all these things, people foolishly call them freedom fighters. That's how you know how foolish a black person is. This one used to be a human rights lawyer. But today, after seeing this video, he's telling you that he fell from the back of a van, that nobody was shot. And this is a government minister lying as if there is no a grown-up man, a senior advocate of Nigeria, advocate of law. Black people, may Chukwuka Kabiam have pity upon your deadly souls. SARS, Special Anti-Robbery Squad, is a terrorist group. From tonight, we designate them a terrorist group. Wherever we see them in Biafra land killing people, they will not go free. They are a terrorist group. That's number one. They are in Okozo, in Anambra State, eliminating our people, harvesting their organs. That is what they do. They kill. They disappear people. They harvest their organs. They send them to India. And some of us are not well. We now go to India to go and take organs harvested from victims of state crime. That's what they're doing in Okozu. Okozu SARS should be closed down. Completely shut down. There should be no SARS in Anambra State. I'm warning them now, there will be no SARS in Anambra State. There won't be any, because Okozu SARS is where they're killing our people. And I want the name of the man who is in charge of Okozu. And I understand that they are being, they have recruited some people from Anambra, paying them 20,000 naira every month to help identify those that SARS will come and kidnap, kill them, cut open their stomach, take all their organs, and then ship to India for money. That's what they're doing. SARS in Okozu must close down. Don't say I didn't tell you. SARS in Okozu must, MUST, be shut down. SARS everywhere in Biafra land must cease operation. Wherever we see SARS conducting any operation, we will regard it as a terrorist act. And we are at liberty to defend ourselves. There will be no SARS in Biafra land. From tonight, anywhere there is a raid conducted by SARS, people stop to search their phones taken from them or their cars stolen, because SARS, they are actually criminals. That's who they are. We will treat such as a terrorist incident. Don't say we did not warn you. This SARS, made up of Fulani people, they have recruited some criminals from the south. They have been killing many innocent people, and a few foreigners for that matter. Steady attack every blessed day. And I understand that the SARS in Okozu are busy taking people, IPOB family members, taking them to Okozu and killing them in Okozu. I hope people are listening. If Lefus, I hope you are listening what SARS are doing. It's not here, the pig in the creek, I hope you're listening. Yes. You can no longer breathe properly, you can no longer walk properly. They are doing to what SARS and Okozu are doing. I hope you are listening. Hey, these people are attacking our system tonight. We are finishing them and they are attacking our system. I can see it from here. The lines are now, the color is now orange. It's no longer green. It's gone green again. It was orange a while ago. They're attacking us. But of course they're wasting their time. We are more than formidable. We are more than formidable. We are exceptional. And they must understand it. We are exceptional, and they must understand it. We want to make it difficult for them, very, very difficult for them, so that they cannot be able to attack our systems. I have seen where some of the reason why they are attacking our systems. I have seen it, and we are going to make it very, very hard for them to do so. Difficult for them, very, very difficult for them, so that they cannot be able to attack our systems. I have seen where some of the reason why they are attacking our systems. I have seen it, and we are going to make it very, very hard for them to do so. So that they cannot be able to attack our systems. I have seen where some of the reason why they are attacking our systems. I have seen it, and we are going to make it very, very hard for them to do so. Once again on those platforms, and they will not be able to tamper with it again. They will not be able to tamper with it again. It is coming back on stream right now, and I believe that it is come back. I believe it is back now. It is back. It will take maybe about 30 seconds for it to reflect, for my voice to reflect on the FM and also on satellite and our app ultimately. Yes, I believe that it is going right now, and that's it. They're no longer able to tamper with it anymore. That platform is now secured. They won't be able to tamper with it. We must proceed this very evening. We are warning SARS and all those Mandela Hotel, those who freedom fighters that want to be like Donald Trump, building hotels all over the place. Before you go and do your next video, I want you to warn your friends in SARS SARS or COSO for that matter, SARS or COSO must be shut down. Must be shut down. SARS or COSO must close because they are killing people there and harvesting their organs. That's what they're doing. SARS, COSO. And that's, you know me, I can't allow that to happen. It won't happen. They are the ones killing people all over the place in our land. SARS are the people killing because their mission is to fulfill the purpose for which they have been set up by their Fulani masters, which is to come and to kill. They rob, they steal, they are the armed robbers. They claim that they are the one, the hypocrisy of Nigeria. They claim that SARS, they are there to fight armed robbers, but they are the ones who are the armed robbers. They are the ones killing, they are the ones pillaging. That is why our media person in Oba federal SARS are busy molesting and arresting family members in the community in Iguacha with the help of the Obe Apple youth leader, was somebody called Chinyere Wampa. He is the one reporting people to SARS, and SARS are coming to his village. That is the thing about the South. These people from the South, I don't know what's wrong with them. Maybe sometimes I think you would deserve to be colonized by Fulani people. The way you behave, the way you sell yourselves, the way saboteurs. I don't know why you come out to betray in your system. That's all you do. Betrayal. This one one time called SARS to come and arrest people in his village. The people he's calling are those who are in the farms raping his mothers. He's calling them to now come and kill his brothers and his sisters. And you're telling me that our people are normal. Most of our people are not normal, but we shall find them. We will find them. Every saboteur, of course, will find you. Don't worry about that. After all said and done, we are always right. After all said and done, we are always right. If somebody said to some people before that Arewa Consultative Forum will come round to the position of IPOB, none of you will believe it. And for the very first, I wouldn't say for the very first time, on occasions, Ohanese have been, should I say, compelled to do the right thing. I like the response that they gave to them. They said to Arewa Consultative Forum, this thing you're saying now is what IPOB has been canvassing for. In other words, you came for Operation Pattern Dance 1, Pattern Dance 2, Pattern Dance 3, Operation Crocodile Smile, and all the rest of it. To come on the crush, as that idiot, so when Jibril came, they gave him the mask. You were saying, you will go and crush them. Crush every opposition, challenging the integrity of our nation. They failed to tell the world that I was asking for a referendum. IPOB was asking for a referendum. Do you know the irony of the whole thing and the beauty of consistency is that eventually people come round to your position after many years. Because of this referendum, they came to kill us, not once, not 2 times, not 3 times, but today the people that sent soldiers to my house to kill me are today saying the same thing, that they too want referendum. Isn't that very funny? Isn't that very ironic? When we started, they said, what are they asking for? We don't even, this was the same people, Garba Shehu, because he's one of them, he's a terrorist, of course he is, although he's a press secretary or whatever, senior assistant to Yusuf Mohammed, Aisha Buhari's boyfriend. He said, we don't know what they're asking for. We don't even know what they want. I am telling Garba Shehu tonight, I'm telling the whole of Arewa, including Sultan of Sokoto, the Emir of Kano, all the rest of them, all this Janjaweed, I'm telling all of you put together that what we're asking for is something that Arewa Consultative Forum have asked for. And isn't it very ironic? I don't subscribe to the position of Ohanese. I don't. Restructuring is rubbish. I don't subscribe to the position of Afeni Ferre. Do I respect them very much? I don't subscribe to the position of Pandev or Middle Belt Forum. I don't. I believe in what, for the first time, I believe in what Arewa Consultative Forum said, because that will solve all the problems. Let there be a referendum. But of course, it's just mere words. Just mere words. They will just say it's just their mouth. It doesn't mean that they mean it. They don't mean it. Of course, they are not serious. They just open their mouth and they say it. They are not serious at all. Because if they are, they should push for it. And that is what everybody should be asking for. not restructuring. Anybody asking for restructuring has something to gain from Nigeria. They are benefiting, their children are benefiting. That is the only reason why. People, why don't you ask the people what they want? I am a Democrat. If tomorrow people go and vote and say, oh, I want to remain as part of one Nigeria, oh, bye-bye, oh, well and good. I will never bother anybody. Why don't we allow the people to decide? Now, Arewa Consultative Forum has come round to the position of IPOB. The same position that led Arewa, what's his name again? Is it what's that? One of those glorified Alamajiri? What's their name again? It says in second republic lawmaker. What's his name? Somebody should give me his name. There are two of them in the north. They're always talking rubbish from Arewa Consultative Forum, or is it Modern Elders Forum? I don't know what it is. You know them? Is it Tanko Yakasai and the other one? Two of them. Have you seen where they have come to? I want to let Tanko, all those people talking rubbish against IPOB from the north, I want you to hear what ACF said, Arewa Consultative Forum. We can have a referendum on whether we want Nigeria's continued existence. We don't have to go to war. Are you hearing from Arewa Consultative Forum? These are the people that Britain gave Nigeria to. I don't know if people can understand what I'm saying. The people that Britain handed Nigeria to are now saying that let us have a referendum. Which people made it possible? IPOB. Indigenous people of Biafra. Consistency and resoluteness. After killing us because of the same referendum, after shooting us dead every time, incarceration, imprisonment, they have now come down to say we want a referendum, the same thing we asked for in the beginning. And for the very first time, World actually stood up and said yes, IPOB has been. I was shocked when I read it. Let me see if I can go through and see where. In fact, those are the things they said. The particular one that had. That word or not that very comment will be published very, very shortly. But Arewa Consultative Forum gave a press statement or interview, so to speak, and said they now believe in referendum. The same thing we have been campaigning for. The same thing we've been asking for. The same thing that led to the death of many people. They killed us because of referendum. Now they have agreed that there should be a referendum. Arewa Consultative Forum. That tells you that we have turned things around, because the zoo is very bad. Their former vice president is Atiku Abubakar. He issued a statement saying that the zoo, Nigeria, is in dire need of healing. Everybody acknowledges that there's something wrong. Atiku himself is Arewa, is Fulani. In fact, and for even those shouting for their Igbo presidency, you know that Atiku is coming out again, and that's a bye-bye to all of you, isn't it? All of you, like Dave Umahi, sabotaging our effort. Dave Umahi organizing some people and calling Nation newspaper to go and photograph them, saying, but you flopped. I'm laughing at them. The same way that we have evidence everywhere that people obeyed. You went and paid some people and gathered them in a market. You paid them money, gathered them in a market. And I feel sorry for those people. I feel sorry for them, because they are the ones that their villages are being attacked. You're the ones that your mothers are being cut into pieces under the watch of Umahi, and he has done nothing. Umahi has done nothing to protect any of you. He will pay you money to come out and open your shop in one place. You will congregate. He will call media people, Lagos-based media, to come and photograph you, saying, it is, if not for the love that I have for our people, for Biafra, I will allow Mieti Yala to overrun the whole of Ebonyi State, to give as an example, to teach you people a lesson. I don't know how I can't even understand the way some of you behave. I don't understand it. Somebody will come and give you money. When Mieti Yala comes, when the Fulani terrorist comes, when all these people, headsmen, they come and they are killing you and raping you in the farm, will Umahi be there to save you? You start calling IPOB, saying, oh, they are here, come and help us. Why can't you people reason for once? What is wrong with you people? What is wrong with you people? This is an absolute shame and absolute disgrace. Atiku is saying that things are bad. And he said, I am appealing to separatist groups to lay down their arms in the interest of the nation. Which stupid nation, I ask Atiku? The one he joined in 1961? Which nation, I'm asking Atiku? Is it the one that Adamawa joined in 1961 as a result of referendum? Is it the one you're saying, I should lay down my arms? No, I don't have any arms. All I have is the truth that Chukwu Kikabiyama gave us, that we must preach. That's what we're doing. Why are you appealing? They said he also said force alone wasn't enough to defeat separatist agitations in Nigeria, and then that government should you have killed us at board. They stop us. If you know that black people, they are not educated, they are not well read, they are foolish. Go through history from day one till now. The more you kill people who want freedom, the more you make their recruitment easier. Go and check through history. If you think that because Ojukwu stopped in 1970 and said we shouldn't go into the bush to go and fight, because of that, if you kill, somehow we'll stop. You don't know who we are. You have no idea who we are. You don't know how prepared we are. This war, if you want it, can last 1 billion years if you want. One thing is certain, Biafra will emerge at the end of it. It doesn't matter what happens. It doesn't matter how many you kill. And moreover, you cannot kill something you cannot see. As I said to our people, very soon, mark it somewhere, very soon. You see that CNN that has been avoiding that Biafran flag. Very soon, they will be using it as their headline every morning. Don't worry, you see what's going to happen very soon. You will see it. Killing us can never stop us. Never. Instead, many more will come out. You are killing us. When Pastor Ngila said dialogue now, you said no, who's in Namdekano? They are miscreants that is. Now Oduduwa has risen. And very soon Middle Belt will come. And it is over. Game over for the zoo. Fulani, you have nothing. Fulani, you're going to suffer. You are going to suffer. Your children will ask you what happened. How did you squander this? You will tell them, I was busy forming SARS. I was busy sending Buratai and his army to go and kill them. Go and check throughout history. Hitler killed 6 million Jews, thinking that after killing them, that nothing will happen to him. He didn't know that he was inadvertently setting up the state of Israel to re-emerge, as God willed it, in the holy books. If you don't know, go and read Leon Orris's Exodus. You will see it. Precise prediction. So rather than killing Jews and making them subservient to Germans or to the white supremacist Aryan race, as he called them, the most strongest nation on the face of the earth emerged in 1948 as a result of the killing of innocent people. Now, I want for you to understand something. Anytime you go about killing innocent people, rather than make them submit to your will, it hardens them. The reason why you conquered Hausa was because Hausa people betrayed their own kings. It was Hausa people that betrayed themselves. That is the difference. If you think that you can come to our land and use your intimidation, you use SARS, you use army, you use police, you're everywhere, you're camping in front of my house with armored personnel carrier, all these stupid stunts you're pulling. The day we're very serious, that armored carrier, you will not see it anymore. And I want to let you understand, to go through history. You may have subdued the Baggy people, you may have subdued the Nupe people, you may have succeeded in forcibly converting the people from Igala into Islam. In our land, it's not going to happen. In Biafra land, it can never ever happen. I want Fulani to understand this. This thing that they have started will last forever and ever. And we're going to show them. You will see very, very soon. So I think you stop appealing to us, appealing to separatist groups. Are you going to appeal to me? Are you going to appeal to Yoruba One Voice or Yoruba World Congress? Who are you going to appeal to? People are coming, they are fed up. Everybody is fed up. Nobody in their right mind is in support of the zoo. Everybody is fed up. So I think you stop. I know he's talking to IPOB. He's appealing to them to lay down their arms. Taking up arms against Nigerian state will do more harm than good. But Nigerian state, the boy that SARS killed, did he take up any arms? If you don't take up arms, they will kill you. That is the thing. They don't take up arms. So they will keep subjugating you. They will keep suppressing you. They will keep colonizing you. They will keep insulting you. They will keep reducing you to nothing. Until you rise up to... Remember what I said initially. Power doesn't concede easily. You have to force it to concede, or else it will keep messing you up. That is something that people must understand. That is something we must understand. We are live and we are direct. The time now is coming up. That is 18 minutes. 18 minutes to 9 p.m. in the blessed land of Biafra, and by the same number of minutes to the top of the hour. I can call on those who have taken up arms against Nigeria to have a rethink. I think he's talking about Boko Haram. Whatever differences they may have with the rest of Nigeria, whether religious, ethnic, or political, terror, violence, and separatism are not the way forward. What is the way forward? Atiku, your people were asked in 1961, you became a Nigerian. Your people were asked in 1961, do you want to be Nigeria or Cameroon? You chose Nigeria. So what is your problem? Your relatives are in Cameroon. You have something far more in common with Adamawa people in Cameroon than you have with me. Why don't you look for your own flesh and blood in Cameroon? Oh, sorry, I forgot. It's the oil and gas we have in Biafra land. And the need to fulfill the very marvelous work that Ottoman Danfodio started, which is to colonize everybody in the zoo and to make Nigeria the home of Fulani people all over the Sahel. That is what you want to do, and we know, and we're not going to allow it. We cannot allow it. It is not possible. We are going to fight to the very last person. We are going to fight with our courage and the truth that we possess. That truth is that Nigeria is a fraud. Nigerians are fraudsters. Nigerians are blind. They are foolish. They don't know what they want. A republic with His Royal Highness. Are you people not insane? Are you not mad? How can there be a republic with His Royal Highness? You have the Lamido of Adamawa, His Royal Highness, in a republic. Who taught you that rubbish? From where did all this nonsense come from? Because they are not properly educated, they are not properly refined. These people are not cultured, they are not treated properly. All they do is have a certificate as Samburu. Now they've been in a waving certificate. I have PhD, I have SSD, I have BHF. Rubbish. The intellectuals, the professors, they are in a zoo claiming to be a republic, whereas they have their royal highnesses. How absurd can that be? So with all due respect, please. He said in Ireland, in Israel, and the Balkans, such groups have seen the wisdom in giving up armed struggle. And I want to correct you, please. Atiku Abubakar, in Ireland, they fought the British. The Irish fought the British before Britain allowed them to have independence. They took up arms, for your information. In Israel had to fight in 1948 for the state of Israel to be established. So whoever does your research for you, when next they want to go and do a research, please get people who are learned. Get people who actually went to school. I don't know who you got to do your research for you. You mentioned Ireland, Israel, and the Balkans. The Balkans you are talking about is Yugoslavia. Yugoslavia was cut into pieces. Bosnia-Herzegovina, Croatia, what is it again? Macedonia. Serbia came from there as well, and Montenegro. Don't you know all of that? You're telling me about such groups have seen wisdom. But you didn't hear when Bosnia was fighting Serbia? You didn't hear about the Srebrenica massacre as a result of the war? You didn't hear about the shelling of Sarajevo? You didn't hear? Who did these people actually employ? Who are these people? Who do you actually employ to do your research for you? Unbelievable. But anyway, I think you want to say we cannot defeat separatist groups by force of arms alone. We can only defeat separatism by making all Nigerians feel they belong. Now things are happening. You know all this. I remember in those days. Excuse me. I remember in those days when the hotelier, the hotel builder, the mic merchandise of Biafra agitation. When they had a meeting with Al Mustafa and all the rest of them, they said they were doing a collaboration with our Yoruba brothers, and they signed up to One Nigeria. We have now formed our own alliance with our Oduduwa brethren, and the zoo is vibrating. Now the world knows who is real and who is fake. Very simple, isn't it? Very, very simple. That's how you judge people who are effective and those who are not. Now everywhere is vibrating because we have made it abundantly clear. We are not going back. We are not going back, not 1 inch. We must divide. After dividing, then bring that thing that you want us to discuss about unity. Then everybody with clear eyes can now discuss unity. But before you discuss any unity, there must be division first, and that division is going to happen whether they like it or not. And as I said to Fulani, by the time this war is over, you will lose Sokoto. You won't be there. They will write it down on a piece of paper. By the time this battle is over, you will lose Sokoto. You will not be there. Gobe will be returned to Hausa people, if at all they have the courage or the conviction to be able to fight for what belongs to them. Nigeria is not a nation. I think we said as a nation, we asserted our independence. You have no nation. Nigeria is not a nation. You have no independence. What you have is flag independence. The name Nigeria, you don't know. It doesn't even exist in Fulbe language. It doesn't exist. So Nigeria is a British creation, not created by black people. We should stop being foolish and deceiving ourselves, talking about nationalism and Nigeria. Nigeria is an exclusive product of the British. Has nothing to do with black people. Anybody trying to claim ownership of Nigeria is an animal. Because those that created the zoo, that was what they had in mind. That is why we call it a zoological republic. That was what they have in mind. There will be no healing in Nigeria. Not now, not tomorrow, not ever. Until we go our separate ways. We must go our separate ways first. Then if you start doing your healing, if at all that is what you want to do. But for us, we are not interested. We are not interested. And the Fulani is the thing, they're very clever. They have gone to do the work. Remember here in Biafra land, they have what's it called again? They had rain pub, rainy pub. And they have divided. There are factions in IPOB, and I said over my dead body there can never be any. Not now, not tomorrow, not ever. We swallow our enemies alive. Nobody can dare try it. They have gone to Yoruba land. Muslim students reject the Duduwa Republic. These are people groomed by Sokoto Caliphate. I warned them in the beginning. I warned my Yoruba brethren in the beginning. The problem you will have with the Yoruba Muslims. That is the problem you will have. But I thank God in heaven that today there are Yoruba people who are Muslims who are championing the separation of Oduduwa land from the Zoological Republic. They went and raised those who are loyal to them. Muslim students reject Oduduwa Republic. What they want to do is that they want to start a religious war in Yoruba land. They Fulani think that very clever. But they don't know how foolish they are. Fulani, you have forgotten that Yoruba people they went to school, they're learned. By saying Muslim students reject the Oduduwa Republic, what they want to do is to stoke the embers of religious intolerance. Yorubas have been doing very well. They don't have any of these stupid problems they have in the north. Christians and Muslims coexist side by side for centuries, no problem. Do you see the way Fulani behaves? Do you see how they reason? Now, bringing Fulani Muslim students to reject the Oduduwa Republic means what they're saying is if you're a Muslim, you must rise up. After all, the Sultan of Sokoto is your spiritual leader, and he wants one Nigeria. Now go and do your work in Yoruba land. They call them, these are fake groups that they raised. They gave them some money, gave them cash to be talking rubbish. And that is exactly what they're doing. People from the south, as I said before, people from the south, that is the way they behave. They are easy to manipulate, easy to convince. And when I look at the people who are manipulating them, when I look at the people who are convincing them, with people driving cattle from place to place, I get very, very disappointed. They don't know that before they came to this, the Oduduwa agitators have factored this in long time ago. We knew this was a card they are going to play. They will play it. In our place, we have the Fulefus. They promise them presidency, and they'll be shouting, "President, it's our turn. We want one Nigeria. Everybody can rubbish." And we ask them to learn from us. Anybody who does not support to do the one, you banish that person, regardless of who they are. Banish them. Over time, you win this debate against them, as we have done in Biafra land. You win it, as we have done in Biafra land. They have all manner of people that they have raised, wanting to use them to destabilize Yoruba land, but they're not going to succeed. They're not going to succeed. And look at the people. These are the people. Remember, only a few days ago I was telling you about how they appointed chief judges from the north. People who don't go to school, they're on quota system. They appoint chief judges from the north. And do you know the funniest thing is that they have now gone, maybe they have seen Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, angling to become the new World Trade Organization president or chairperson or whatever they call it. You know what they have done? The same Asorok, Aisha Buhari and her boyfriend, they nominated Fulani man, Ishak Bello, to go and become an ICC, to go to ICC, maybe to rubbish all the cases against Nigeria there. They want to be part of it. That's what they do. That's what Britain always advised them to do. If you want to be effective at lobbying, the best thing to do is to get your people to belong to those organizations that may give you headache. And one of them is ICC. Our case is there. The Shia, they have a case there as well, and many other people. And you know what Nigeria did? Nigeria now nominated somebody called Ishak Bello to go and be part of ICC, so to, of course, make the case files disappear as they do in the zoo. Now I'm going to tell you what happened. He's a Fulani, he's from the north. They want to try us because Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala said people are doing very well. We are being voted in as mayors. We are doing very well. Vice Chancellor, you know them. That is why envy is not good. Envy, jealousy is not good, because they have seen how successful people from the south are. They decided to push somebody from the north to go to ICC, and I'm now going to tell you what happened. Listen carefully, please. Justice Ishak is a justice. Ishak Bello, the only Nigerian nominated for election to the International Criminal Court in 2020, may have fluffed the country's chances after a poor performance in the assessment. They brought a Fulani man, they took him to ICC in The Hague to go and do assessment. They called him and they said, come, he came. They asked him to sit down and he sat down. They asked him, what is your name? He said, Ishak Bello. And they asked him, do you know why you're here? He said he's come to interview. He wants to be a part of the International Criminal Court, the jury, the panel of judges that they have. They now said to him, is that all? He said yes. They now gave him a piece of paper and they gave him a test, aptitude test, and he came last. Of all the judges in the whole world that was interviewed, he came last. He didn't write anything. But he is a Justice Ishak Bello. These are the people that rig elections. These are the people that Plankton are put in place to be able to bend the law. These are people that went to Sharia school. They came out and they became justices. They went to where there is no bribe, where everybody has to write, where everybody needs to do the assessment. He did the assessment and he failed, and he came last, and he's a Nigerian. He's from the north. He wants to be like Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. He thinks he was rejected. Please look for the news and publish it. Look, the headline is Nigerian nominee Ishak Bello ranked low amongst 20 contenders for ICC job. He came last. Zoological Republic. He is a justice. Quota education, a justice. He went to Sharia school. These are the people that are pointing to the positions of justices of the Supreme Court without anybody from Biafra land. Nobody from Biafra land. No, nobody. These are justices. He came last. Because they saw Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala waxing very strong. They have heard about people from the south doing well all over the world, doing very, very well. They said, oh, why not us? Let us push somebody. And they foolishly pushed somebody called Ishak Bello. He's a justice. These are the type of people that interpret law. He went to where there are genuine justices, where there are judges, men of the jury, men of law. And he came last. Zoological. Please look for the news and publish it. Nigeria's nominee Ishak Bello ranked low amongst 20 contenders. You know, only 20. He came last. These are the justices you have in Nigeria. This is the country that Atiku wants me to belong. This is it. Quota George. Have you seen it? These people are, look at the disgrace is that when they're writing now and laughing, they'll say, oh, I interviewed this chap from Nigeria and he came last. And you go and you present your passport as a Nigerian and they're looking at you like the monkey that you are. Looking at you like a moron, like an idiot you are. Because the person you call a justice in your country came last in assessment. Came last. Janjaweed. That is what they have done to your brains. Very, very sad indeed. And in the zoo, there is something, there's a photo news, of course, they have his bar in, you claim in one country, I'm saying this because of Pastor Adeboye that said, let us bring a bit of Britain and a bit of America and merge it together and create something uniquely Nigeria. And I'm asking him, what is unique about somebody? As you are right now, some of you who are young, I'm not young anymore, I'm losing my hair as a matter of fact, because of my age. Now, I want people, and of course, worry and stress about Biafra. I want you to cut your hair afro like as they used to do in those days. Cut your hair style and go to Kano. Somebody will catch you on the streets of Kano and shave your head off. Hisbah police, Islamic police. You claim you are a republic. You claim you are a secular country. Secular, that is the word, secular country. And in Kano, if you have your hairstyle or if you're wearing punk, they'll cut your hair for you in public. And you are in one Nigeria. And this is the country you pray for every blessed day. This is the country that you're claiming should pray to become better. I want to ask you, what ingredients is your stupidity made up of? What ingredients goes into the making of your stupidity? I ask you. You are in a country. This same thing cannot happen. Imagine right now, Bete, or Chanja, or in Area, you just catch somebody's son or daughter and you shave their head. They ask you say, I'm shaving it because it doesn't comply with the book of Ecclesiastes. Does that make any sense to you? That's what they're doing in the north, telling you it doesn't conform to Islam. But you are in the same country. And people are praying for this country to be one. And I'm asking you, what type of stupidity inhabits your brain? I ask you. What type of stupidity does your brain contain? The pictures are there, please. I want it to be posted as well. They are cutting their hair. I don't like your mode of dressing. Even those in tricycle with pictures and they bag or you decorating it, they say no, you can't have it. In a country that claims to be secular, in a country that claims to be one Nigeria, you can see that you are not the same. That was what I was trying to explain to Pastor Adeboye, that we have irreconcilable mindset. Even forget about value system, forget about political structure, orientation, forget about anything to do with social affinity. No, not at all. Even the way we reason is not the same. It is not the same. How can you make a nation out of diverse people that can never, ever be one? Not now, not tomorrow, not ever. That is something that you must understand. These are the things that are going on. And they said that Buhari, that is Yusuf Mohammed, has performed more than Obasanjo, Yar'Adua, Jonathan put together. According to Malami, Malami is supposed to be the Attorney General of the Federation. Attorney General, he's supposed to be independent. He is supposed to be, but he's weighing into politics because there is no president. Everybody is the presidency. All the cabal together, those of them that went and recruited Jubilee before he ran away, and that she now brought her boyfriend. Look at them. He is the Attorney General of the Federation, making a political statement promoting the government of the day. Only in the zoo, and you are a republic. Shame on all of you. Shame on all of you. Very, very sad indeed. Very, very sad indeed. Yes, of course, Buhari has performed more than, or should I say, the presidency has performed more than Obasanjo. Or should I say, the presidency has performed more than Obasanjo. Where there are genuine. Who do these people actually employ? Who are these people? Who do you actually employ to do your research for you? Unbelievable. But anyway, I think you want to say we cannot defeat separatist groups by force of arms alone. We can only defeat separatism by making all Nigerians feel they belong. Now things are happening. You know all this. I remember in those days. Excuse me. I remember in those days when the hotelier, the hotel dude, the mic merchandise of Biafra agitation, when they had a meeting with Al Mustafa and all the rest of them. They said they were doing a collaboration with our Yoruba brothers, and they signed up to one Nigeria. We have now formed our own alliance with our Oduduwa brethren, and the zoo is vibrating. Now the world knows who is real and who is fake. Very simple, isn't it? Very, very simple. That's how you judge people who are effective and those who are not. Now everywhere is vibrating, because we have made it abundantly clear. We are not going back. We are not going back, not 1 inch. We must divide. After dividing, then bring that thing that you want us to discuss about unity. Then everybody with clear eyes can now discuss unity. But before you discuss any unity, there must be division first, and that division is going to happen whether they like it or not. And as I said to Fulani, by the time this war is over, you will lose Sokoto. You won't be there. They will write it down on a piece of paper. By the time this battle is over, you will lose Sokoto. You will not be there. Gobe will be returned to Hausa people, if at all they have the courage or the conviction to be able to fight for what belongs to them. Nigeria is not a nation. I think we said as a nation, we asserted our independence. You have no nation. Nigeria is not a nation. You have no independence. What you have is flag independence. The name Nigeria, you don't know. It doesn't even exist in Fulbe language. It doesn't exist. So Nigeria is a British creation, not created by black people. We should stop being foolish and deceiving ourselves, talking about nationalism and Nigeria. Nigeria is an exclusive product of the British. Has nothing to do with black people. Anybody trying to claim ownership of Nigeria is an animal. Because those that created the zoo, that was what they had in mind. That is why we call it a zoological republic. That was what they have in mind. There will be no healing in Nigeria. Not now, not tomorrow, not ever. Until we go our separate ways. We must go our separate ways first. Then if you start doing your healing, if at all that is what you want to do. But for us, we are not interested. We are not interested. And the Fulani is the thing, they're very clever. They have gone to do the work. Remember here in Biafra land, they have what's it called again? They had rainy pub. And they have divided. There are factions in IPOB, and I said over my dead body there can never be any. Not now, not tomorrow, not ever. We swallow our enemies alive. Nobody can dare try it. They have gone to Yoruba land. Muslim students reject the Oduduwa Republic. These are people groomed by Sokoto Caliphate. I warned them in the beginning. I warned my Yoruba brethren in the beginning. The problem you will have with the Yoruba Muslims, that is the problem you will have. But I thank God in heaven that today there are Yoruba people who are Muslims who are championing the separation of Oduduwa land from the Zoological Republic. They went and raised those who are loyal to them. Muslim students reject Oduduwa Republic. What they want to do is that they want to start a religious war in Yoruba land. They Fulani think that very clever. But they don't know how foolish they are. Fulani, you have forgotten that Yoruba people they went to school, they're learned. By saying Muslim students reject the Oduduwa Republic, what they want to do is to stoke the embers of religious intolerance. Yorubas have been doing very well. They don't have any of these stupid problems they have in the north. Christians and Muslims coexist side by side for centuries, no problem. Do you see the way Fulani behaves? Do you see how they reason? Now, bringing Fulani Muslim students to reject the Oduduwa Republic means what they're saying is if you're a Muslim, you must rise up. After all, the Sultan of Sokoto is your spiritual leader, and he wants one Nigeria. Now go and do your work in Yoruba land. They call them, these are fake groups that they raised. They gave them some money, gave them cash to be talking rubbish. And that is exactly what they're doing. People from the south, as I said before, people from the south, that is the way they behave. They are easy to manipulate, easy to convince. And when I look at the people who are manipulating them, when I look at the people who are convincing them, with people listening to us, we shall reconvene, of course, on Wednesday. Chukwukika Biama willing. Because of the work we are doing, everybody has now woken up, everybody is now live and awake. Even Facebook, they have given up. They have suppressed us to 5.9. Now we have gone back to 7.4. That is the way it is. Because they understand how relentless we are, how resolute we are, how determined we are, how unstoppable we are. Do you know the reason why we are the way we are? We are this way because Biafra is our religion. And here on Radio Biafra is where we worship, because Elohim Chukwukika Biama Premihina is our God. From the bottom of my heart, with every love that I can muster from me, from here, good evening.
Children of Biafra, we are unstoppable. We are the children of Biafra, we are undeniable. Can't you see the handwriting of God in the wall? Can't you hear the sound of the marching of our foot? We are going home. They took our brothers and sisters, they put them in jail without trial or court case. They are killing our fathers, our mothers every day. They are killing us in number. They want to stop our freedom, but the Elohim say no, that my people must go. Give us our freedom. Give us our freedom. It's right of the people that cheated for their freedom. When you're not with them any good, give us our freedom. And you say we are asking for too much. The freedom of our people, the life of innocent souls. The over 3 million people you kill because of genocide you're committing every day in our land. Elohim say we must go home. We love our mother's land, Biafra, the land of rising sun, the blessed land of our Biafra. We are going home.
Whether the enemy's blessings or not, we are going home.
By the name of Chukwu,
we are free.
Whether the enemy likes it or not, freedom,
we are going.
Freedom in the name of Chukwu.
By the name of Chukwu, we are free.
No enemy can stop what Chukwu Kike has done.
We are going.
We believe in the name of Chukwu.
By the name of
Chukwu Kasiyaniye. No one can battle with Chukwu Kikabiama. The God of Biafra is powerful. His name is Elohim. We have nothing in common with you. Our culture is different from your own. Know it now. Our dressing is so different. We are different people. Let my people go. Go, go, go. We are the children of Biafra. We are unstoppable. We are the children of Biafra. We are untiable. Can't you see the handwriting of God in the wall? Can't you hear the sound of the marching of our foot? We are going home by the name of Chukwukika Biama.
Whether the enemy's blessings or not, we are going home.
By the name of Chukwu.
By the name of Chukwukika Biama, we are free.
Whether the enemy likes it or not,
Whether the enemy's blessings or not,
freedom,
we are going.
freedom in the name of Chukwu.
By the name of Chukwukika Biama, free.
We are free in the name of Chukwu.
We are going.
If you believe, say this with me.
By the name of Chukwu.
Chukwu Kasiyaniye. When we have no bomb, you call us terrorists. When we have no gun, you are shooting us. When we move around the streets with our flag, you call us terrorists. Tell me now, let me know. Innocent protesters moving around the streets, you call them terrorists. What about us raping our mothers, killing our brothers, raping our sisters, killing our fathers, killing innocent souls? What will you call those people? I ask you,
Mr. Right.
your people are walking free in the street with their guns, killing our fathers and mothers, taking their lives away from them, claiming the ownership of another man's land. Is that right? What do you do? You did nothing. We are fighting for our rights. We are fighting for our freedom. It's our right to protect our mother's land. Fellow Biafrans, lift your hands up.
Biafra.
We are going up. We are going up. Land of Biafra. We are the rising of the sun. We are moving. We are unstoppable.
Biafra.
Long live Biafrans. Long live Mazi Nnamdi Kanu.